Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 50th Annual Phoenix 10K Marathon, brought to you by Walmart and presented by J.P. Morgan Chase. This broadcast is live and being shown around the world on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel and the 12 News Plus app. We are sitting here in the heart of the Phoenix metropolitan area at the beautiful Biltmore Fashion Park. We're just a stone's throw away from the finish line, where over the course of the morning, we're going to see thousands of runners finishing the 5K, the 10K, the half marathon, and for the first time in the history of this storied event, the marathon. I'm your host, Ben Rosario, and I'm excited to be joined by my co-host today, Shayna Weir. Shayna, before we get started with today's show, I'd love to hear about all of the amazing sponsors of this event.
Thanks, Ben. It's great to be here. Race founder Dr. Art Mollen and race director James Bonet have assembled an amazing group of sponsors. And really, truly, this event could not have happened today without them. Helping make today possible are Walmart, J.P. Morgan Chase, Robux Juice, Earnhardt Auto Centers, 72 Sold, Republic Services, Passport Health, Tedesco Foundation, Realty Execs International, Visit Phoenix, Phillips Healthcare, Biltmore Fashion Park, A.T. Still University, Village Health Club, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Arizona, Mollen Foundation, Cell Brokerage, Medical Director Dr. David Carvagno, EVO Agency, Hoka, Phoenix Magazine, Shamrock Food, Goo Energy Labs, SRP, and Macy's.
Okay, that is one heck of a list. And look at this beautiful scene with the sun rising over the peaks. Oh my gosh, these runners are in for a heck of a day. But it speaks to the history and the legacy of this event that they have all those sponsors. One name that I want to call out was the Mollen Foundation. I just want to let our viewers know that proceeds from today's event benefit the Mollen Foundation, which is a nonprofit organization dedicated to preventing childhood obesity and promoting healthy lifestyles here in the Valley. For everyone watching on YouTube, you can click on the link at the top of the chat to make your own donation to the Mollen Foundation while you're watching today's races. Speaking of today's races, let me take you through the schedule. So at 6:30 a.m., less than 10 minutes from now, will be the start of our marathon and half marathon. At 7:15, we'll see the start of the 50th annual 10K, the Phoenix 10K. This will be the 50th version. That's the DNA of this event. It started as a 10K, and of course, they've added the other distances, but for 50 years, we've had the Phoenix 10K. At about 7:35 a.m., our top half marathoners should be crossing the finish line. We'll bring you that finish. Then at 8:30 a.m., our 5K will begin. Not too long after that, we'll be looking up 24th Avenue as our marathoners make their way to the finish. At 9 a.m., we'll watch the start of the Mollen Mile. And then at 9:30, we'll wrap up our coverage with the awards ceremony for the first ever Phoenix Mayor's Cup. And that'll be presented to the athletes by Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego. She'll be presenting that Mayor's Cup to the men's and women's winners of today's marathon. So we've got a long morning ahead of us, but Shayna, let's talk about what the runners have ahead of them. Take us through these awesome courses.
Yeah, Ben, we really do have beautiful weather and such a great day here in the Valley to run. This is the start to some really great running weather here in Phoenix. We do have new courses today. Our 5K course is going to head up 24th, take a right, and then turn around and come right back to the Biltmore Fashion Park. The 10K does the same thing. It takes that right on Lincoln, it turns back around, and then it takes that left onto 24th Street, and it comes all the way back to the Biltmore Fashion Park. The half marathon does that same first part. It goes all the way up, heads up Tatum, and then it's going to turn back around. It's going to head back down Tatum. It's going to head back down Lincoln. And then once it hits 24th Street, it has that nice downhill finish. The marathon, it's going to start the same as the half marathon. They'll be running side by side for that first part. And then when we get back here to 24th Street, they're going to head up the canal. They're going to go all the way out until they hit Rose Mutford Park, where they'll head on the bike path turn back around the canal, and then they have that nice downhill finish on 24th all the way back down to the Biltmore Fashion Park.
Thanks, Shayna. Those courses look awesome. I know we're going to talk a lot about those as we go through the races today, as we watch the athletes running. We've got some rolling hills. As you mentioned, we've got the canal path for the marathoners. We've got that downhill finish. It's about 2 miles downhill on 24th in each race. So lots to look forward to there. I do want to mention a few big names that are going to be testing themselves on those rolling hills and that downhill finish. First of all, we've got Arizona resident and former American record holder Sarah Hall. Sarah will be racing the 10K. Her husband, Ryan Hall, also a former American record holder, he'll be running in the 5K with his children, so a family affair for the Halls. And then speaking of family affairs and super couples, American Pie star Jason Biggs will be running the 10K with his wife, Jenny Mollen. She's a New York Times bestseller, and they'll be running with their children. So, Shayna, whether you're Sarah Hall running up front or Jason Biggs, who, no offense, probably not going to be running with Sarah, how would you suggest the runners approach these courses today?
Yeah, Sarah truly is amazing, and we are really looking forward to seeing her out there on the course. The biggest recommendation I would have is just kind of go conservative on the first part of the race. That incline, you might not feel it on your warm-up, but when you're in the race, you will start feeling that lactic acid if you go out too fast.
Yeah, I tried to look at the course as best I can. Now, you're the expert. You've lived here for 16 years. I've only lived here for a few months. Mm-hmm. And I've done some running on the canal path, so I'm fairly familiar with that. But this particular area around Biltmore, as they head north on the course, I know there's some rolling hills. And, you know, I know you and I talked beforehand about being conservative. So what do you mean by being conservative early on in the race?
Yeah, I think just not focusing too much on those splits and running off a feel. So that way you can really take full advantage of that downhill finish. I personally like to try to pass people at the end. So if I'm feeling like I have that extra push towards the end, I would rather save it and feel really strong finishing. Yeah,
I love that. I do have to say that I'm coaching a couple athletes that are running in the half marathon, and that's almost exactly what we talked about, running the first half of the half marathon as they head north till they get to about 6 miles, just not necessarily going slow. Obviously, you're still running as hard as you can to an extent, but your foot isn't all the way on the gas, if you will. You're like you said, you're not tied to your splits because of those rolling hills, so you're not going to be able to run super even. But then as you come back, you're squeezing down that effort. You're trying to pick up the pace, sort of naturally let gravity do the work a little bit. And then when you get to 11 miles, I mean, you're rolling. The last 2 miles are fast, and that goes for every single race today, the 5K, the 10K, the half, and the full marathon. Now, you'll see on the screen here, as you guys are watching at home, that the runners are being corralled. They're getting close. This is the nervous part. How do you feel as a runner, Shayna, when you're up here, you've got the music playing, you're almost about to start, the national anthem is playing. What are the nerves?
Yeah, this is probably the hardest part of the race, is just waiting around for that start. Lots of jitters, lots of getting your mind right for the race and what you got to do, trying to figure out where you want to be in that lineup. And then once you really settle into the race, the rest of the race unfolds from there.
There you go. This is the hard part. The running is the easy part. You heard it from Shayna. No, I agree. You know, you're so nervous right here, and but it's fun, right? If you're not nervous, this is what I tell athletes of all ages, right? Kids as well. If you're not nervous, it means you don't care. And these folks care. I mean, they've been training. The Phoenix area, here's the national anthem, is a tough place to train in the summer because it's hot. And so we've only just now started to get to that nice weather. And so I think for these folks, this feels like a great day. It's a little warm for November, but still much cooler than it was in July and August.
Well, it does help that they get to start before the sun comes up. So they'll have at least the first part of the race where it'll be a little bit cooler and less strenuous.
Yeah, I agree. And that's why they start the longer races first. The marathon and half marathon here are starting at 6:30 a.m. so that they can get the best part of the day weather-wise. There's Dr. Mollen in the middle of the screen. We'll be talking to him later. So Dr. Mollen started this race 50 years ago. This is a big day for him. We're excited to talk to him. He's a wonderful, wonderful person, and I'm actually quite excited to hear what he has to say and to just feel his vibes. He's a really energetic guy. I like to say he's 80 going on 30.
I am really looking forward to meeting him. I'm really impressed with everything he has done for the youth and trying to keep them active.
Yeah, no, he's wonderful, and it does have to feel special for him and race director James Bonet, who's done such a great job putting this event on. And this is a big year for them. When you get to 50 years of an event, you've done something right because people keep coming back, and this is, you can feel it out here today. It's a special day.
Yeah, 50 years is an impressive feat.
So here we go. Less than 2 minutes to go. You can see the nerves on the faces. We'll try our best to get you some of the names of the top athletes as we get going. We've got folks out on the course that'll be giving us the live stream. Mountain Outpost and their team is doing a great job here. So we're looking forward to just calling this thing, just enjoying this with you guys this morning. We appreciate you being here on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel or the 12 News Plus app. We are just about a minute away.
Yeah, Ben, this is the first time they are running the marathon here, correct?
Yes, so 50 years, but year one of the marathon. And we don't know exactly how it'll go, of course, but they've done a great job with the course. I like that they're running with the half marathoners for 12 and a half miles because there's not as many marathoners as there is half marathoners, and so it'll be nice for them to have some company out there. And then once they get on the canal path, it's so smooth. I mean, that's the part of the course where you can get in a really nice rhythm, and you make that turnaround up there at Rose Mofford Park, and then you're coming back, and you can start to smell the finish. And I'm looking forward to seeing how that race goes. Again, I will say it'll get a little warm toward the end of that one, but they do have some nice weather here at the start. So I think for about an hour and a half, they should be pretty good, and then it's going to get a little bit warm. But again, they're used to it.
Yeah, having that company for the first half will make the first half go by really quick.
When you're out there, do you try to find a partner or two?
Yeah, I try to find a pace group and zone out as long as possible.
All right, here we go. We're going to watch the start. And they are off. The 50th annual Phoenix 10K and Marathon, brought to you by Walmart and presented by JP Morgan Chase, has begun. Look at that amazing view from our drone. They're heading north on 24th from Biltmore Fashion Park, sort of the heartbeat of Phoenix, right there in the center of the Phoenix metro area. As Shayna said, they're going to head out on 24th. They're going to make a ride on Lincoln. They're going to go net uphill for the first half of this half marathon course, the first 6 miles, as it were, of the marathon course. But there will be some rolling hills. It's not all uphill. Really pretty views, really beautiful desert views in the background. So they've got a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, how exciting. It looks like we have such a great turnout today for the race.
You can see a lot of the hydration packs on the athletes. So again, I don't know exactly what we're at. I think we're probably already in the 70s. And so probably getting up, into the 80s today. We'll have to look at the weather as it goes. We'll keep you updated. But I do think it's going to be fairly warm out there. Again, though, the vast majority of these runners are from the region. So they're used to it, and that's why you see them with their hydration packs. They're prepared. When they go for runs, they know the importance of hydration. When you're out on a run in Phoenix, Shayna, what are you doing to make sure you stay hydrated?
Hydration is key. I think we're really fortunate to have GU Energy Labs there out on the course because personally I don't like to carry a pack. I like to stay as light as possible. So we will have a lot of water stations out there, and I would definitely rely heavily on those water stations and those GU Energy Labs to get my fuel.
Yeah, that makes sense. And they do a great job at this race of making sure the athletes are well taken care of. And they do grab their water at the water stations. They do grab their goo from the Goo Energy Lab station, and that's smart. We've got a ton of water stations out there, and we'll call out some of the folks that have volunteered to help us at the water stations as we go. But that is part of it, right? It takes an army to put this thing on, and we've got volunteers from all over the area helping out, not only here at the start-finish line, but all along the route. Looks like early on we got a pack of about 1, 2, 3, 6 or so, 7 guys up front. That's probably the half marathoners, even though they're running together with the marathoners. As you would expect, the half marathoners at the front are going to be running a little bit faster pace. Honestly, if we could have a pack like this for much of the race, that'd be great. That would make it really exciting. I know that this is kind of a, how would you say, bragging rights kind of race for the locals.
Yeah, again, like I said, that's true. We probably really won't be able to see who is in the half and the full marathon until they make that separation. But a great chance for some local runners to come out here and run a good marathon and maybe even pick up some prize money there if they're on one of those top 3 positions.
Yeah, I see, based on the rhythm they're running, probably in the low 5-minute range. So, I could see a winning time around 1:06 in the half marathon here today, which would be solid for a local race like this. And, on a morning like this, I think these guys would take that time.
Yeah, that would be a fantastic time for a local athlete here in Phoenix.
Yeah, no doubt. Shayna, when you've run this race, tell us a little bit about your history with this one.
Yeah, I've focused more on the 5K recently, but I've also ran the 10K here. I've ran it back when it was in downtown Phoenix, and then I also ran the 5K here last year on the new course.
And what would you say was the best part about running the Phoenix 10K?
The best part for me is just being surrounded by my local friends and training groups. A lot of people like to do this race because they do a good job of putting on a good race, making sure the distance is accurate, and then having a lot of sponsors and stuff for after the race. We have Robux Juice here to help recovery. I know there's like some physical therapists out there too. Just having a lot of that local support is why I enjoy doing this race.
And you yourself are an occupational therapist.
I am.
Tell me a little bit about your passion for helping people.
Yeah, I'm a pediatric occupational therapist. I co-own a business here in the Valley, and we do occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech therapy, and special education services for children 3 years of age and older. It's really just my passion, being able to help kids really meet their full potential through having that extra therapy support. I'm also a handwriting specialist and a level 1 assertive aquatic therapist. So having those extra specialty trainings just makes it even more individualized for the kids that we see.
I love it. I think you're going to have a fun time talking to Dr. Mollen later.
You guys are going to hit it off big time.
Yeah, he's going to be great. He's going to love you. All right, so here we go. So they're running north, as we say. They're still on 24th. We're heading up hill right now because the first 2 miles of this race, I will say, are pretty difficult. They're the same 2 miles that you'll run downhill to the finish. And so I think that's keeping this pack together. Nobody really wants to take off when you're running straight uphill. So they're probably going to work together here for a bit, and then I think when they make that turn on Lincoln, you might see some separation. Maybe the pack will get a little bit smaller. We'll see. You can keep an eye on the top right-hand corner of your screen to see our wonderful sponsors being shown. Again, if you're on the YouTube channel and you go on the chat, we've got a link for you to donate to the Mollen Foundation. The Mollen Foundation is a longtime supporter of health and wellness here in the Valley. Wonderful organization founded by Dr. Art Mollen, the same person who founded the Phoenix 10K and Marathon, and it would really be a wonderful thing if you could donate to the cause. As you can see, the sun is not quite up yet, so that's a good thing.
Yes,
Shayna, when people train here in Phoenix in the summertime, and I know you said you're more of a winter runner, but what do you have to do? Do you have to get up at 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning?
Yeah, Ben, I am definitely a more successful cooler weather runner, but I have learned to adapt living in the Valley. The earlier you get up, the better. I learned the hard way. You want to be close to being done with your run by the time the sun comes up and not starting your run when the sun's coming up. If you are training for a marathon, you are going to have to sacrifice a lot of sleep to get up and get a majority of your running in while the sun is at bay.
Here we go. We're taking a look at what could be our female leader here. We do have several motos out on the course, so we'll be bringing you all kinds of shots from today's races. If you want to follow along in terms of the results, you can go to the Phoenix 10K website. That's phoenix10k.com, phoenix10k.com. Scroll down to the live results link. That'll take you to their live results page, and you can see the leaders of all the different races. Right now, the first mile was 5:15, which is not bad going uphill. So we had a group of leaders: Dayton Brown, Michael Jordan, Austin Lavin, not that Michael Jordan, Austin Lavin, Sadio Fenner, Chad Beyer, and Marcus Balin, and Jordan Bramblett. So we had a group of 7 come through the mile together. Austin is the runner that I had mentioned that I know because I'm coaching him for the Marathon Project, which is a race that will happen in Chandler, Arizona on December 20th and 21st at Wild Horse Pass Resort. Austin is getting ready for that marathon, so he's using this half marathon as a fitness check along the way 6 weeks out.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity for anyone looking to do any other races as the weather gets cooler to kind of start off your fitness journey.
Yeah, we're breaking up here a little bit. You can kind of see that it's uphill.
Yeah.
Even on screen, you can kind of tell that they're running uphill. So not an easy start. But honestly, I would rather get that 2-mile uphill stretch out of the way now than later.
Yeah, Ben, I agree with you. If you're just running a little warm-up, you might not feel it. But when you're actually running that race effort, you definitely feel that incline.
I see another name of a person I know is running the Marathon Project, Connor Ross. He's out here running. Melissa Berry looks like she's our leader in the female division. She ran a 6:05 first mile and was in 12th place overall. So she's our female leader currently. I think we saw her for just a sec. Here's that lead pack now down to 4, and they seem to be rolling along pretty well, working together. As an athlete, you like feeling the power of the group, if you will. I wouldn't necessarily call this a critical mass, just 4 people, but nonetheless, better than being out there on your own.
Yeah, absolutely. I have in my career gotten stuck in no man's land quite a few times, and that does make it hard to keep that effort going when you don't have those other runners to kind of pull you along.
Yeah, and these folks are out front. They're just rolling along, keeping an eye on the lead vehicle. The course is not very difficult in terms of the turns and such. It's just got these long straightaways, and so you can get in a nice rhythm. Yes, it's got rolling hills, but there's not much else to slow you down. I think it's going to be a fairly fast race, like given the temps and the course. I think they'll run pretty well today. I really do.
Yeah, we shouldn't have anyone getting lost on the course today. It's a pretty straightforward out and back course. But yeah, everyone up front right now looks nice and relaxed and settled into pace. Again,
I think we're looking at Melissa Berry there, the leader in the half marathon on the women's side. We probably will focus for this first portion mainly on the lead half marathoners. And then as the half marathon ends, we'll switch and take a look at the marathoners as they're out and back on the canal path.
Yeah, and Melissa's kind of in that no man's land right there. She doesn't have anyone too close in front of her. It doesn't look like anyone's right behind her at the moment.
No man's land, no woman's land, no anybody
no
land.
land.
But she's out there doing it. Now, I think what'll happen for her is she'll probably end up catching some guys that maybe started out too fast, and they can be little carrots for her along the way. I think when you're on your own like this, you're just trying to stay in a zone. One step in front of the other, almost not thinking, almost being a dumb jock out there. The less you think, the better. Yeah,
she actually looks very locked in at the moment.
Now, these folks have a few more people to train with. You can see the beautiful roads here in Phoenix. One thing, I'm a road race nerd, and one thing I like about races in Phoenix is that because we don't have the snow and ice like the Midwest and the Northeast.
Yeah.
Our roads stay really nice, and so you're not worried so much about potholes and cracks. You're almost on a track out there, and I think that's nice for the runners. And these days with the shoe technology, you're just popping off the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see those beautiful desert views here. I believe that might be Piestewa Peak in the background. So a beautiful view for our runners here this morning.
Oh, the sun's coming up. This is one of my favorite parts of Phoenix. I moved here in the summer, and the sunrises and the sunsets are absolutely beautiful.
Yes, they are. And that is one of the nice rewards for getting up super early to run, is getting that nice sunrise.
Yeah, no question. No question. We see some spreading out here.
Okay, someone's taken off.
I don't know if this is the very front. I think we've got I think that pack is still together. I think these are the motos taking us up toward the front.
Yeah, the race is kind of spreading out there in the middle.
And again, this is the half marathon. So this started at 6:30 along with the marathon. Some of the other races will start a little bit later, the 5K, the 10K, eventually the Mollen Mile, where we'll have a lot of kids in that one, so that'll be near and dear to your heart.
Yes.
And those things are on the way. We've got 3 hours of coverage for you here this morning, or a little over 3 hours. So I hope you have your cup of coffee and your donut or your bagel, and you can enjoy a beautiful morning here in Phoenix.
Yeah, Ben, I'm thinking we'll probably expect the shorter races to be a little bit closer.
Well, sure. More people, closer together. I agree. I'm looking up the weather right now, and it says we're at 57 right now, which was a little cooler than I thought it was. That's good.
It's perfect running weather.
Going to rise quickly. Yeah, it's perfect right now for sure. At 8 a.m., we'll be at 61. And at 9 a.m., we'll be at 67. I mean, 10 a.m., 75. So toward the end of the marathon, it starts to get a little warmer. But I think overall, honestly, for this area, this is good weather.
Yeah, absolutely. The marathon would be a little warm for me towards the end, but almost ideal weather for a 5K or a 10K.
Yeah, and I think the half folks are, especially up front, are going to really enjoy the weather. I mean, they have the advantage up front of only taking an hour to finish, or a little over an hour. But the folks that are taking 2 hours to finish, okay, yes, it might get a little warmer toward the end, but I think overall pretty good. It was smart of them to start the marathon and half marathon at 6:30.
Yeah, and let's not forget they have that downhill and then hopefully running away from the sun.
Correct. Yeah, you bring up a good point. They're running toward the sun right now, but the sun will be at their back as they head toward the finish, and that is something we think about here in Phoenix because the sun is very, very bright and very. It's a piercing sun here in Phoenix for sure.
Yeah, it can be intense, especially when you're not used to it being sunny every single day.
So at 2 miles. That pack was down to 5. They came through in 10:26, so they ran just a little bit faster on that second mile. That's Michael Jordan, Dayton Brown, Hunter Hicks, Austin Lavin, Jordan Bramblett. That's the top group. Still looks like Melissa Berry is our first female. She came through in 12:20, so she's running 6:10s. We think this is Melissa here. Our apologies if it's not, but according to our tracking app, that should be Melissa. And there's that group of 5 men that has separated. They're running toward the 5K mark now, 16 minutes into the race. They've gotten over that hump of that first 2 miles. And now for the next 4 miles, I would say they're rolling.
Yeah, everyone still looks pretty solid right now.
Yeah, there's nothing terribly crazy over the next 4 miles. It is a net uphill, so that means there's a little more up than down over the course of the next 4 miles, but not much. The majority of what you gain in the first 6 miles is actually gained in the first 2 miles.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect any crazy moves to happen until we hit more of that downhill section.
Yeah, I think what happens in a race like this is you're sort of feeling out your competitors. You're in your own world for the most part, but you are getting little hints about who might be stronger than the others. Some of those hints come in the form of their breathing. Some come in the form of whether or not they start to fall back a little bit on an uphill. I always felt like when I was in a pack like this, if the runner next to me seemed to have difficulty with the ups, I felt like he wasn't as strong. And so then you think to yourself, all right, I think I've got this guy, and it's just a matter of when do I put him away? When do I make a move? Is it on an uphill? Is it around a turn? This guy seems to be on the ropes. But of course, then the other thing is sometimes you're next to somebody who seems fine, and they seem strong when they hit an uphill, and their breathing seems really, really calm. And then you think, uh-oh, this guy could be tough. And so those things start to go through your head.
Yeah, I think given where the top running events are happening now, you really just never know with everything coming down to a sprint, even in some of those longer races now.
Yeah, I think part of that, honestly, is the super shoes. Hoka, one of our sponsors today, makes a great super shoe. When I say super shoe, I mean a shoe with this Pebax foam that's really, really expensive, but for a reason. It essentially gives you a tremendous amount of energy return off the ground. So every single time your foot hits the ground, you're bouncing back up off the ground quicker than you used to with the old shoes. They also have a carbon plate in them, which contributes to that energy return overall package, if you will, that you get in these shoes. And I think the reason you're seeing such close races is because the fatigue, the fatigue in your lower legs, your calf muscles, etc., that used to take place over the course of 13.1 miles, 26.2 miles, it's lessened now. And so you're not as tired in terms of your muscles, tendons, and ligaments toward the end of the race as you used to. And so whereas people used to separate, now they're staying together because that limiting factor that was there has been negated.
Yeah, that running technology that we have now it's really incredible and really exciting to see where that's going to bring us in the future.
And you see that today as you look at your screen, these big soled shoes that everybody's wearing. That's what I'm talking about, that foam. They're getting that bounce off the ground. Back in the day, the racing shoes used to be really thin, and you'd be quite sore at the end of a race, as you remember, Shayna. But nowadays, that's not the case. What's your experience been as this shoe technology has taken place or taken on this grandiose world that we now live in?
Yeah, it is interesting. I wasn't really a fan of the look of those shoes at first, but now they're kind of just growing on me. And I do run in a carbon plated shoe. I try not to use it for everyday training, but kind of save it for the races because, like you said, they do get kind of expensive. But it does seem to help really keep, like, if you have any type of knee problems or hip problems, it does tend to help keep those things at bay.
Yeah, so let me tell you what's happening here in the guys' race as they are now down to 4. They crushed that third mile. I think you can see from the turnover that there was some downhill there. So they came through 3 miles in 15:38. So now all of a sudden they're at 5-minute pace overall, which means they ran well under 5 minutes for the third mile. And here they're passing 4, so we'll see that split soon. My guess is that was also a very fast mile. So 5-minute pace overall is going to put you right about 106. And I think, or actually about 105.30-ish. And I think they've gotten down to that sort of overall pace with probably a couple of 450s.
Yeah, and it does look like that did lessen the group, and we're down to only 4 guys right now.
Yeah, they were 20:40 at 4 miles. By the way, Phoenix10K.com, check the live results. This is awesome. We're getting every single mile as these folks cross. You can track your favorite athletes. You can watch the leaderboard. Yeah, really, really good app. So let's see, 20:40. Okay, so we're rolling. That fourth mile was about 5:02.
Mm-hmm. And then it looks like Melissa here, she's still leading the way for the women.
Yeah, she looks good. That's Dayton Brown, by the way, leading the way, and then Michael Jordan in second, Hunter Hicks in third, Jordan Bramblett in fourth. I'll tell you, though, he's moving. So this is Dayton Brown, according to the tracking app. and he's trying to separate. He looks like someone who can maybe dip under 5 minutes and start pressing and forcing the issue on these guys. I think that's what he's doing. And we have Bramblett, I believe, covering. We'll see. But there's Michael Jordan trying to cover. This is interesting early on. He's not content to sit and run with these guys. He wants to press.
Yeah, it does look like he tried to throw a surge in there, but those other guys are attempting to go with him. So let's wait and see what happens.
And poor Melissa, out on her own, a solo journey. The loneliness of the long-distance runner, as they say.
Hey, you go, girl. You got this race. If you lead it from start to finish, that's amazing.
That's right. That's right. So now it's 3. So they've covered. I think you're right, Sheena. He made a little surge. He tested them, and they covered. And actually now I think we might end up with 4 again. So he pressed, but not for very long, maybe about 20, 30 seconds. And that's kind of what I'm talking about, right? So he was testing those guys. He was seeing who was strong. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately for him, they all responded. So they're all in it. This looks like an uphill to me.
It does. And like I said, it is still pretty early in the race. I would assume that a lot of them are going to really want to take advantage of that downhill finish.
Yeah, and at this point, that downhill finish seems a long way away. So they're not thinking about that. They're staying present. I mean, one of the things I'm always telling the athletes is to stay present, right? The worst thing you can do in a long race like this, you're 4 miles in, is start thinking, oh my gosh, I've got so long to go. It feels so far away. I'm still heading out. I haven't turned around yet. Those are negative thoughts, and you want to push those out of your brain. It's sort of a mind over matter type of deal, because your brain is essentially there to protect your body, and it's giving you these signals to slow down and not to do this to yourself, because it knows, oh my gosh, if this guy keeps doing this to me, or if this girl keeps doing this to me, we're going to pass out here. But you have to override those signals because you know what you're capable of. And I think pushing those negative thoughts out and keeping things positive, keeping sort of a positive mantra going on in your head is a big key to long distance running.
Yeah, I think the mental aspect of any sport is important, and it definitely is a factor when it comes to running and racing and, mind over matter. You want to make sure that you can turn your mind off as much as possible and really just focus on what your body is telling you can do. Like you said, right now there is quite a bit of race left, so I don't think anyone's there's still a lot of time to come back from any surges put in, but it does look like we have a group of 3 now that are looking like they're breaking away.
Yeah, let me give you some names on the women's side as well. So at the 3 mile split, it was Melissa Berry in front, then Liberty Rika, Alexandria Starkman, Samantha Barrett, Tamara Ferdinand. That was our top 5 in the women's race at the 3 mile split, and Melissa's actually already hit the 4 mile split. So I'll try to we'll try our best to give you some names as we go here in both the female division and the male division. Shannon, you know any of these folks?
I'm looking. No one in the half marathon yet really is ringing a bell, but it does look like Melissa has quite the lead at the moment. So she's looking strong, and she does sound familiar. I bet I've seen her out there at a race before.
Well, she's going to be familiar to you if she goes on to win this thing, because we're going to have the winners in the booth afterwards. So we're going to try to get them in here as soon as we can. Again, we're about, I'd say, 200 meters away from the finish here in the studio, and so we're watching on the screen along with you guys. But they're giving us these wonderful images from the race, and we're watching the half marathoners. But again, I would remind you that the marathoners are running this same course. So everything you see the half marathoners doing, the marathoners are doing as well. Most of the marathoners are just a little farther back because they've got a long ways to go. But this is the course for both distances until 12 and a half miles, when the marathoners will go out onto the canal.
So Ben, given that the half and the full are starting together, do you think there's a higher likelihood that maybe some of those marathoners might start out just a tad bit fast because they're being pulled by the half marathoners?
You know, that's a good question. You would hope that they don't do that. One of the advantages that we have is technology, right? So they hopefully know what they're capable of from training, and they have their GPS watches, they have the mile marks out on the course. So hopefully, let's say they went a little too fast in the first mile, hopefully they can self-correct. I'll just make up a time, right? So let's say someone was trying to average 8-minute miles in the marathon today, and they see their mile split at mile 3, and it's a 7:30. Well, they have every ability to slow down, put the brakes on, but it's not easy. As you say, I like that term you use, dragged along. You can sort of get dragged along, and sometimes it feels so good early. It's early in the morning. The sun hasn't quite come up yet. You're pumped up. There's this music. This person next to you seems like an awesome person, and they're running 7:30 pace, and so you start getting dragged along, as you say. What can happen later if you do that early?
Oh, that last 10K can feel brutal if you hit the wall. With that full marathon, I think that's where the early hydration and the early fueling is definitely going to come into play, because it does get pretty hot on the canal once that sun comes up.
Yeah, there's no question, and that's why you got to be careful. The longtime University of Colorado head coach Mark Wetmore had a saying that I've said many, many times, which is, you cannot run faster than you're physically capable of. Meaning, the goal for any race should be to do what you're physically capable of. If your goal is to do more than that, you will fail. If out on the course you start doing more than you're physically capable of, you will fail. You have to know what your capabilities are, and you have to have a realistic goal, of course, optimistic goal, of course, but it has to be based in reality, and it has to be based on your training.
Yeah, and the really cool thing about the Mollen Foundation is it gives our children and the youth the opportunity to start running at a really young age, because those are the lessons that take time to learn. You don't learn that on your first run. It takes a lot of experience and a lot of training and a lot of trial and error to really learn how to run to your level and to your pace and to your capabilities, and trying to max yourself out without burning yourself out.
It's way harder than it looks. I was at a middle school cross country meet on Friday watching kids run 2 miles, and a lot of folks went out too fast. But as you say, it's trial and error, right? That's how you learn. And a lot of those kids learned a hard lesson out there on the course on Friday. But yeah, I think that's part of it, right? And I think folks who don't race sometimes see people jogging in the park and they think jogging is easy. But when you're out here doing what all of these folks are doing at whatever pace they're running today, it's hard. It's hard. They're trying to run as hard as they can, and it's really difficult. But that's why you see the happiness at the finish. That's why you see people throwing their arms up in the air when they cross the line, crying when they cross the line. It's because of how difficult it is to do this, and not only on race day, but training. Right? These folks, like I said, in Phoenix, if you were training for this race, that means you had to start training in the heat of the summer. So a lot of these folks were getting up at 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning, running every day. So when you see them cross the finish line today, it's about what they've been doing for the last several months, not just the last several hours.
Yeah, and Ben, to me, it's really just encouraging to see how many people are out there running now. Like, not everyone needs to be at the front of the race. Those people at the back of the race are still getting out there and putting those miles in, putting those steps in, and just to see how blown up the running community and how many people are just trying and getting out there, even doing like a 5K or a 10K for the first time. It's really cool to see our community just blossom and grow.
Yeah, no question about it. I think this is a really good race for someone who wants to try an event like this for the first time. It's friendly, easy, out and back course, starts and finishes in the same spot. Biltmore Fashion Park is a great place for the finish line area. We got tons of vendors. I think it's really fun. Actually, it might kind of spoil you a little bit, but but it's a super cool event. We think this is Melissa here again.
Yeah, she does look like she's slowing a little. Maybe we got an uphill here. But again, she's got quite the lead, so all she has to do is just maintain what she's got here.
The men have hit the 6-mile split in 30:55. So I think that last mile was a little slower. Again, you can see the uphills, but once they hit 6, honestly, it's not there's more downhill than uphill the rest of the way. They're going to be turning around soon and coming back the other way.
Oh, and it's going to feel so good.
I think it will. And as you said, the sun will be at their back as it rises. It was a beautiful sunset this morning. Hopefully you were with us from the beginning and got to see that. That's part of the beauty of Phoenix. I saw Soul Sports and Runner's Den. They have a wonderful training group that's been getting ready for this race for a couple of months now, meeting, running together, and they're spread out all across the different distances, 5K, 10K, half, and full. But we do want to say thanks to them, Soul Sports and Runner's Den. Great run specialty store down here in Phoenix, 5 locations. Really, really highly recommend them.
Yeah, it was nice that they were able to host that packet pickup early for those who like to come even more prepared with their bibs and everything ready to go.
Yeah, I love what Soul Sports does. I know a lot of the folks over there, and they're really, really good. We're going to be working with them at the Marathon Project for our expo, and they're wonderful people to work with. Look at the beauty of this course. Really pretty on the left-hand side there. Beautiful homes, beautiful desert landscape. I think Phoenix sometimes gets a bad rap. Nationally, they think it's just brown, but there's beauty in the desert.
It is beautiful, Ben, but I will say that those cactuses and those Palo Verde and those palm trees do not provide much shade. So you are going to see it's getting a little brighter here as the half marathoners turn back, and they are headed down the hill now, as you can see.
All right, halfway home, as they say. So out and back, you saw that 180 turn up top there.
Yep, and it looks like a pack of 3 with another 1 or 2 in that chase group behind.
Yeah, we've got a number of people.
You can see it's still uphill until the turnaround.
It is that. You know what, though? I think you said it a second ago. To me, this is 2 different races, right? It's get to the turnaround and then rip.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I had an athlete, Sean Baker, who's in this race, and he's getting ready for the Marathon Project as well. He sent me a text. He drove the course yesterday, and I think he said that same thing. He said it's almost 2 races. Work to halfway, then become a new runner in a different gear. I love that.
Yeah, and you know, the Biltmore offers really amazing views, especially at night. You can just see from up top of those hills some amazing city views of the lights. And you can see right here this nice downhill scenic route they get to take. Yeah,
once again, we're right in the heart of the Phoenix metro area here. This is a cool part of town for sure. Yeah, look at that downhill. Oh, you got to love it.
Yeah. And we got a nice water station there too, so they can get hydrated, maybe throw some water on themselves if they're getting hot.
Yeah, that's awesome. Let's give a shout to some of these folks helping with the water stations. There's a bunch of them.
Yeah, we have AT Still University. I know they have a really good therapy program there. My business partner, she graduated in 2006 from AT Still.
Awesome. Yeah, we've got AT Still. There's a Lululemon cheer zone out there, which is super cool. A couple other water station groups, Ghost Head Productions, Earnhardt, JP Morgan Chase, the overall sponsor. They have a water station. OHSO Brewery, the Trail Gangstas, and Sunny Slope High School. Those are just some of our volunteer groups at the water stations.
And it does look like we have some moves being made in that half marathon for the men.
Yeah, this is one of the chase groups back there. I'm sure we'll see the very front group here in a minute.
It looks like Randy's up there. I know him. He's a local
Randy,
runner.
okay.
Yeah.
He just waved at you.
Yeah.
He waved at everybody.
Yes, I just did a 20K race with him. He was, I believe, using that as training as well a couple weekends ago.
Nice.
I think he's training for the Marathon Project as well.
I think he is. I saw the name. Yes. At the 6-mile mark, it was a group of 3. But when we see it again, I don't know. We'll see. There's lots of opportunities for moves now. And I think even though there's almost half of the race still to go, you could see a breakaway at any time at this point because there's so many rolling hills on the way back. And if you're a runner that loves downhills and really thrives on them, you've got ample opportunity to push and press.
Yeah, and there's Melissa still heading for that turnaround.
Yeah, I think she'll get some energy as she gets near this turnaround because when she makes the turn, she's going to see all the people coming out toward her. She'll probably get some cheers, especially from the folks a little bit farther back, and I think that'll push her on. Same with all these guys.
Yeah, interesting part about an out and back course is does give you the opportunity, especially for Melissa, who doesn't have people running with her, to kind of see how much of a lead she has and how hard she kind of has to push that second half.
I agree with you 100%. She can see who her hunters are, right? We always say it's better to be the hunter than the hunted, but in this case, Melissa will be able to see who's coming after her.
Yeah, I always try to make myself look as like I'm running as easy as possible once I make that turnaround if I have the lead, so no one thinks they got the opportunity to get the opportunity to catch me at all.
That's right. So I think we're down to 2 here. It says on the athlete tracking that it's Jordan Bramblett and Michael Jordan. I'm not sure about that.
But I will say both of those guys look like they're running pretty easy right now.
Oh my gosh, there she is, former American record holder in the half marathon, Sarah Hall. I bet those athletes next to her are enjoying that.
Yeah, I'm friends with one of those athletes out there too, so it'll be really cool to see a couple of my friends running the 10K here.
So a little bit about Sarah. She just ran the TCS New York City Marathon a couple of weeks ago and was really fit. From what I heard, her build-up went very well. However, the race itself did not go well, unfortunately, for Sarah. She ended up dropping out of the race around 17 miles. And so because she did that, she decided to keep her build going. She's going to do this race today, and then I believe has a marathon coming up. Whether or not she's announced that, I don't know, but I know which one it is. And she's going to try to take advantage of that fitness that she had built for New York.
Yeah, I would fully expect for her to crush this race this morning.
She usually does, Shayna. She usually does. Yeah, Sarah's really cool. So she lives in Flagstaff with her husband, Ryan. They have 4 children that they adopted from Ethiopia. They're wonderful people. They really talk the talk and walk the walk. They live an amazing life, and I think she's a role model for so many people in this sport and beyond the sport. I just really can't say enough good things about her.
Yeah, it's really nice that her whole family is here today and that they're going to get to have their races coming up after hers in the 5K.
Well, I lived in Flagstaff for 13 years, and it was not uncommon to see Ryan and Sarah running with their daughters at Buffalo Park or out on Lake Mary Road. And, yeah, it was really cool. They're such staples of the community and so nice. When you see Sarah do an interview, she comes off as very bubbly, very nice, and you wonder, gosh, could someone really be like that? But she really is like that all the time.
Yeah, I think it's really inspiring that her husband gets out there and bikes and paces her, and he's just a full-on support to her and their daughters.
Ryan's a cool dude. Ryan is a cool dude, yeah. So he'll be out there just hanging out in the 5K with a couple of his daughters, and that'll be fun. Yeah, I think Sarah's gonna try to run pretty hard today. We'll see. We shall see. She's got that marathon coming up fairly soon, so I don't know. I don't know if she's going all out or not, but she's got the number 1 bib on. She looks good.
Yeah. Do we think any of the men here are gonna be able to beat her in this race?
Well, like I said, probably not Jason Biggs, but maybe a couple of men will give her a go. No, I would expect that she would probably be the class of the field, men or women. Our top men today were probably more so in the half marathon, and I think you see that on the screen with how fast they're running. Sarah looks cold. That's a good sign.
Is it? Yeah, and that's also, like you said, those pre-race jitters, like just waiting for the race to start. You just want to keep your body moving. You don't want to get tight.
That's right. That's right. Well, you always want to be a little cold at the start. I feel like that's a good sign if we have some runners a little chilly at the start.
That is a little shocking, given that they live in Flagstaff, but
Well, she's a tiny individual, so
Yes.
that's part of it. Okay, 8.1 mile split. Yeah, see, that's what I thought. It's Dayton Brown and Jordan Bramlett. That's who's in the lead. Dayton is in that red singlet, and Jordan is in the white T-shirt, I believe. And then about 15 seconds back, we've got Michael Jordan. So I think it's fair to say it's down to these two.
Remove your hats for the national anthem.
So we're getting very close to the start of the 10K. These folks are hearing the national anthem now.
the 10K was the original race, correct, Ben?
Correct. So, yeah, if you go back 50 years ago, the 10K was a super popular distance in American road racing. And when you think about the most popular 10Ks even today, you've got the Boulder 10K in Boulder, Colorado, the Peachtree 10K in Atlanta, Georgia. Those also started around that time. And so some of the bigger 10Ks were the Phoenix 10K, Peachtree, Boulder, and there were several others. And what happened over time was, for whatever reason, that distance, I'm not going to say fell out of favor, but I would say other distances sort of surpassed it. I think the half marathon became very popular, and the 5K, which makes sense because the 5K, obviously a little shorter, a little easier to train for, a little better like introductory type of race for folks. Because when the 10K was popular in the 70s and 80s, running was really people who trained quite hard and were trying to run really fast, and it was a smaller sort of niche community. And I think the 5K gained in popularity as running became more inclusive and appealed to more people, and that second running boom kind of hit in the early 2000s. And then at the same time, interestingly enough, the half marathon became more popular because it was more of a challenge. I think people wanted to run a half marathon. And so the 10K just kind of floated about, right? But I'm glad that this is still going strong after 50 years. I think the 10K distance is awesome.
Looks like we're about to start.
Let's watch Sarah do her thing.
All right, runners. 10K runners, very important. Stay right of the conage. Stay right of the cones. Everyone got that? Because there are runners coming back the other way. So stay right of the cones. 10-4, and then we'll be good to go. One question. You guys ready? That was kind of lame. Are you guys ready? There we go. The 50th annual Walmart 10K, presented by J.P. Morgan Chase, is about to get underway. Runners, take your mark.
And there they go. The 10K is off. 50th annual Phoenix 10K. Brought to you by Walmart and presented by J.P. Morgan Chase. Sarah Hall leading the way in front of thousands of people. What a cool scene that is.
Yeah, like you said, I don't think there's going to be that many people wanting to go out, maybe with or ahead of Sarah Hall this morning.
Yeah, that's cool, though. They're still running with her, though, right? That's
Yeah.
the beauty of running.
Yes, and in the same race. That's amazing. Like, think about seeing Sarah Hall at the turnaround.
Very cool, very cool. So I did want to give you guys an update on the marathon. Now, we haven't seen that too much on our screen because we've been focusing on the lead half marathoners. We'll go back to the marathoners after the half folks finish. But here are some of our leaders: Rowan Ellenberg, Bryce Brooks, Alexander with us, Carrie Weldy, and Abner Carino. Carrie is our top female. She's
Yeah, I know Carrie. She's a really good local marathoner.
Yeah,
The
she's in
marathon
fourth
is
place overall.
Her jam. Like, she crushes the marathon.
nice. Well, she's crushing today. So she's our lead female. And then Rowan Ellenberg, just 24 years old. He's our lead marathon. Actually, him and Bryce Brooks, they're running together. So we have a pack of two in the men's marathon. So that's a quick update on the marathon side. And then I think on your screen here soon, we'll go back to the half marathon. Our leaders are approaching 15K in the half marathon, so we're getting to the business end of this thing. Still looking at the start of the 10K on your screen there. I'm getting texts from my friends, so I know the live stream is working. Thank you, Mountain Outpost. You can also be watching on the 12 News app. And here are our two leaders. The sun is up. We are rolling. One of these two men is going to be our champion this morning.
Oh, it's so nice that they got to start in the dark and now just enjoy that downhill while the sun's almost up.
And again, Shayna, you and I are looking at the results on phoenix10k.com. So go to that phoenix10k.com website for the live results. There's a link there you can click on the front page. You can look at the leaders of the marathon, the half marathon, the 10K, the 5K. You can track athletes, anything you need, phoenix10k.com. I think these two are sort of measuring each other now at this point. To me, Bramblett has and he's in the white T-shirt. He's been the one covering the moves. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if that means he's being sort of coy, or if he's maybe not as strong as Dayton. Dayton Brown is the gentleman in the red singlet. He's been the one, as I've watched, pushing and pressing and making moves. But sometimes that can come back to bite you, because sometimes those moves take energy, right? They take physical energy, they take mental energy, and then your competitor who just sits there and covers the move has more left at the end. We'll see.
Yeah, Jordan looks pretty comfortable just sitting there at the moment.
Yeah, these guys have about a little less than 4 miles to go. And there's Melissa hitting the 8-mile mark.
Yep, still leading the way for those female athletes.
All right, Shayna, we have a very special guest about to join our broadcast. This is the co-founder of this event 50 years ago. He is a philanthropist. He is a health and wellness advocate. He is a leader in the Phoenix community and has been for a long, long time. Please welcome to our broadcast, Dr. Art Mollen. So we're going to get Art situated here and get him a mic. All right, Dr. Mollen. I have...
Well, this is iconic. This is amazing. I mean, this is, what a spectacular run. And they're just flying through this half marathon and marathon course. It's just pretty crazy. I mean, so many runners, but we'll have about 5,000 runners today, and we're pretty excited about it. You know, this is the longest running event in Arizona, 50 years, one of the oldest running events basically in the country. There are not a lot of races that have made it 50 years.
Well, let's go back 50 years. Why did you start this thing?
So in 1976, I ran the Boston Marathon, and after running the Boston Marathon, I thought, wow, this is pretty amazing. I'd love to have a race in Phoenix, and decided that I would start some type of race here, and 10K seemed to be the most popular running event, and certainly putting on a marathon would have been a Herculean task at that point, so I decided, well, I can't possibly do that, so let me do a 10K. So we had, at our first event, I handed out, our timing system was very sophisticated. We had tongue depressors from my office that I numbered from 1 to 500, And we wound up having 1,500 runners, so no one knew exactly where they finished after the first 500. But we had a clock out there, and so they were able to see what their time was, but there was no way of actually determining what their place was. But people loved the event, 1,500 people. The following year we had 3,000, and it just kept building from there.
Now, on a morning like this, the 50th annual, did you have nerves?
A lot. I've been I've been up most of the night. I would say I think I got up about 3 o'clock. Yeah.
Well, I said at the beginning of the broadcast, for runners, when they have nerves, it means they care. And I know you care about this event deeply. Tell me a little bit about your passion for health and wellness and how that fits into this event.
Yeah, so over the years, a message that I've always tried to proselytize was exercise and diet, and that was better than medications. So a lot of my patients would come into my office and I would say, hey, you don't need all these medications for your blood pressure, your diabetes. We can control it with exercise and diet. So that was one of the things that I really tried to promote throughout my patients. There was, back in 1976, 7, we actually took patients that I had to run the Honolulu Marathon who were cardiac patients, and they had bypass surgeries and previous heart attacks, and we basically rehabilitated them. So it was in the early days of cardiac rehab, and there were a few other physicians throughout the country that were promoting that as well. And so we started our own cardiac rehab programs here and took patients to run these events. The health benefits of exercise and running are so tremendous. Better sleeping, lower blood pressure, lower cholesterol, control your blood sugar, control your weight, so a lot of people, may start running because they want to lose 50 pounds or whatever, but the reality is all those other benefits are tremendous. It's going to improve your digestion, improve your sleeping patterns and everything else. So, for me, I still do 5 miles every morning. I'd like to say that I'm a jogger, but I'm more of a slogger now. If I tried to run this race, they'd stop me for loitering. So from my standpoint, it's just something that, I want to be out there. I want to be moving and just exercise on a regular basis. It is the most powerful drug known to man. Running is an incredible exercise. I would encourage other people to do it on a regular basis.
Yeah, so Dr. Art Mollen, I am a pediatric occupational therapist, and my business partner, Michelle, she's a pediatric physical therapist. So we are all on board with movement and kids and how therapeutic that can be. It's really cool to see that you started this 50 years ago with that same mindset.
Yeah. And, in the early days of running, it was something, again, that women weren't doing as much. And so in our first race, we had 90% male and 10% female. Today we have 50% female and 50% male. So, women, for many years they thought, well, their uterus is going to fall down, their breasts are going to sag, but, all of those theories have since been disproven. Running is an incredible exercise for male and female. Women who are pregnant can run. I remember years ago when I ran one of the Boston marathons, there was a woman, and she was literally in her 9th month, and she ran the Boston Marathon and completed it. So it's just a great exercise, and and I think the health benefits are just overwhelming.
Yeah, I agree. I ran all the way through 9 months of my pregnancy and had a very easy delivery.
Yeah, it's amazing. So, and you still look really good, too.
Thanks. She's 10 already. Can you believe it?
Now, Dr. Mollen, what will you do here? We've got about 2 miles to go in this half marathon. Are you going to get over there and welcome these finishers as part of the festivities today?
I will be out there cheering them on at the finish. The marathon is such, I mean, it's such an iconic event, and to have one in Phoenix being the first marathon that we've ever been able to promote along with our Phoenix 10K is pretty special to me. And the mayor will be here to present the Mayor's Cup. The first Mayor's Cup will be presented to the male and female finishers of the 26.2 marathon.
Yeah, you guys have done an amazing job connecting with the community, all across the community, companies, volunteers, run clubs, schools. You've really sort of intertwined everything, and everybody has come here together, and you've got some wonderful sponsors. I didn't know if you wanted to talk about some of those relationships.
Yeah, to have Walmart as our title sponsor. It's the first time Walmart has ever been a title sponsor for any type of running event in their 60-year history, so that's pretty special. And JP Morgan Chase has been such an incredible sponsor over the last 10 years with us, and they are presenting sponsors this year. They've been a rich part of the heritage of the growth of the race, and their volunteers are beyond. I mean, we have so many JP Morgan volunteers here this year that's been such an important part of making this event work so well. And our race director is Chris Giles. Chris Giles has been with me for the last 15 years, helping us with the race. He does 90 different races throughout the country. But James Bonet, I mean, has been, an incredible part of this race as well. And he's, been my race coordinator and has coordinated so many different aspects of this race. And I'm privileged and thankful to have had him as part of this amazing event. And we're also thankful to Evolve, the PR firm that we've had, because they've been a great supporter of the event, and they've gotten a lot of the media attention for us. So thank you for Evolve being involved with our event.
Well, on behalf of all of us here in the Valley, thank you for everything you've done for this community over the last 50 years with this race, and with everything that you've done with the Mollen Foundation. The list goes on and on. You've been an amazing contributor to health and wellness here in the Valley, and we really appreciate it, and we hope you have one heck of a day today. You deserve it.
Yeah, and Art, we knew you weren't really into cakes and stuff, but we did get you these balloons over here to celebrate the 50th anniversary, because that's a huge accomplishment.
They're amazing. Thank you. I'm humbled, truly humbled, to have seen this event grow to a point which was, again, my utopian dream, to have this event become what it is and last 50 years. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Doc. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Go have fun.
Okay.
Ready for a new ride? Sit back, relax. NoBull.com puts the entire car buying process right at your fingertips. Local expertise, trusted reputation since 1951. Choose from thousands of new and used vehicles. Apply for financing. Search, click, and save. NoBull.com makes it easy. Backed by Earnhardt's award-winning customer service, NoBull.com is where Arizona finds and buys cars and trucks. And that ain't no.
Hi, Hi, my name's Mandy Crandall. I am the owner of Robex Juice here in Mesa, Arizona at the Mesa Grand location, and we are excited to be proud sponsors of the Mollen Mile Race. I think that this partnership makes sense for Robex because we all think that it's really great exposure for us to show not only these athletes, but all the people out there that being a healthy alternative, they have the ability to come in and eat at the locations that we have, not only on the day that they are training, not only on race day, but just as normal athletes, and we can tailor their drinks to whatever they need for that day. My go-to after a workout, I am between two items. I really love the Strawberry Berry Bowl, and I usually get mine with electrolytes and whey protein. And currently right now, I just foundered my new favorite smoothie. It's our Mango Turmeric Madness, and I add ginger and lemon to it. It gives you a little kick of a lot of different things that you need for some natural energy in your day, some carbs to replenish after you deplete them at the gym, and it tastes amazing. So what I personally like about the Phoenix running community is that it's like a melting pot of people. You have so many different walks of life come together for one common goal. I love the fact that Robex can reach all of those people on a level of just pure food or fuel, so runners love to call it. And I just love that we're a part of that this year.
Yes. This year, we are finally updating our kitchen. Doing subway tile and an ivory or eggshell. Cream, maybe bone. Don't get me started on quartz. Big island. You ever heard of a waterfall counter?
For everyone who talks about doing that thing,
And over there,
but never does that thing,
sweet little breakfast nook.
Chase has financial guidance.
See how you can start saving to make this happen.
Really?
Really?
Really.
At home or in person.
You could also check out a Chase Money Skills workshop.
That's guidance from Chase. Make more of what's yours.
It looks like I might be coming down to those final miles, that final stretch of the half marathon. And it does appear that Dayton Brown has broken away and is in the lead.
We are back, and we are watching Dayton Brown just over 1 hour and 4 minutes into this race. He has pulled away. He is going to be our champion. We're going to see him cross the finish line here very shortly. Dayton Brown, this is the Phoenix 10K and Marathon. This is the half marathon that you're watching here on the screen, and he is crushing. Shannon, did you think this was our guy?
Yeah, he was pretty solid the whole race. It's not surprising that he's looking like he might come away with the win here.
Yeah, I think he looks really good. So he's on that downhill now. This is that stretch we talked about at the very top of the show. The last 2 miles of the race, the athletes get a pretty nice downhill, and so you can see in his turnover, he's rolling. Just about a quarter mile to go now. He's on 24th. He's heading toward Biltmore Fashion Park.
Yep, the finish is going to be in view here pretty quickly.
The finish is going to be in view. What a fun interview we just had with Dr. Mollen,
Yeah,
the
he was
race
great.
founder. 50 years ago he founded this race. Now he's going to get to watch what he's created. Oh, just wonderful. It was really, really cool. Here he goes, 13 miles, so he's got 0.1 to go.
0.1, that's the last
This is a good
sprint.
feeling,
That's
isn't it?
the sprint to the end in the half.
This is a good feeling. Oh, he's trying to give high fives. Nice.
Oh, yep, he's got this.
Roll, that is a good feeling. Here he comes. High fives all around. Dayton Brown.
Yeah, this might have just been a training run for Dayton Brown. He looks pretty
Dayton
relaxed
looks good.
and
He's
easy
putting
at
his
the
arms
finish.
up. Here he comes. 105.40. Dayton Brown, your Phoenix half marathon champion.
Yeah, that was an easy half for him.
This is Jordan Bramblett now coming through. He's going to be our second place finisher. They had a nice battle. They had a really nice battle. Dayton didn't pull away until the final 5K.
Yeah, I really like that Dayton has good sportsmanship and is cheering those others into the finish.
Well, it's easy to have good sportsmanship after you won.
Yeah, and Jordan ran a really good race, too. He was just a little bit behind.
Yeah, he looked good.
Yeah.
He looked really good. No, this guy's had a nice pack. It whittled itself down over the course of 13.1 miles. There's race coordinator James Benet greeting our finishers. As Dr. Mollen said, James has been a key part of this whole event.
Yeah, everyone in Phoenix loves James. And then we have Marcus. He's another local athlete from the Valley. I believe he was a solid high school athlete here.
Okay. Yeah, it's good to see people come through, run in high school, run in college, keep running. That's what we want. Just like Doc said, we want this to be a lifetime sport for folks. And it's the benefits are almost you at this point we know, like he said, we know what running does for you. We just have to keep encouraging people to get out there and do it.
Yep. And there's our top 3.
I believe this is Michael Jordan finishing.
And then we might have a sprint here for 5th place, between 5th and 6th.
That's right.
And you can see we have those 3 races going on there, so 3 different clocks.
Yeah, it was Dayton Brown in 105.39, Jordan Bramlett in 106.12, Marcus Balin in 106.41. Am I saying that his last name right?
I think it's Bayan. Yeah.
Marcus Bayan in 106.41, and then Michael Jordan in 107.39. Those were our top 4 finishers. 5th and 6th just crossed. And fairly soon we'll get our female finishers coming across. We'll give you an update on those leaders here in a sec. And there we go. There's Melissa. So Melissa Berry, she's been in the lead from the gun.
From the gun.
She's battling a few men on her way in. She's 108 in. At 10 miles, she had a almost 5-minute lead on Tamara Ferdinand. And then Liberty Ricca was in 3rd.
Yeah, and like you said, it looks like now she's getting some of those men that she's going to catch on that downhill that should just continue to kind of fuel that momentum to the finish.
Well, and I think look at the other side, too. She's got the folks heading out, and I think that helps because no doubt they're cheering for her. And, hey, you'll take anything you can get at this point.
Yeah, I love to be in this position in the race so I can just start counting people as I pass them. That's how I know I ran a good paced, solid, negative split run. And usually I feel better that way, too, in the race.
Yeah, I think the energy, the nature of this course is such that the energy picks up as you get closer and closer to the finish. The heartbeat of this event is really centered around Biltmore Fashion Park, and as the runners get closer, I think you'll see more fans. You kind of saw that as Dayton was coming in. He was high-fiving people on the side, and that crowd's only going to get bigger here over the course of the morning.
Yeah, and Biltmore Fashion Park is a really great place to not just start a race, but also end a race. So many great restaurants and stuff to go to for brunch or lunch after the race.
That's right. Plenty to do. Phoenix in general is not lacking for awesome restaurants, awesome things to do. It's a really vibrant town.
Yeah, plus we have Lululemon there, so you could shop for some running clothes, and then they're also going to be hosting some yoga at the end, too, to encourage our athletes to get out there and stretch.
I saw that. Yeah, we're going to have a Hall of Fame dedication. We're going to have a Lululemon post-race yoga, all kinds of cool things. And as Dr. Mollen said, Kate Gallego, our mayor, the Phoenix mayor, will be here. She's handing out the Mayor's Cup to the winners of the men's and women's marathon. That'll be a little later on.
Yeah, and we have the mayor starting not just the 10K, but also the 5K race here coming up, correct?
Yeah, I think Mayor Gallego started the 10K, and then I think Mayor Mark Stanton of Paradise Valley is going to start the 5K. And that's the thing, right? We were talking about that with Dr. Mollen. The community is just so behind this event, from the corporate side with huge companies like Walmart and JP Morgan Chase, but then also smaller businesses. And then you see so many volunteers out there on the course. We mentioned some of the cheer stations, some of the water stations. It takes not a village, it takes an army to put this thing on, and we've got so many people out here helping out. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, and I know we had talked about Sarah Hall being in that 10K, but we also do have the local celebrity from American Pie here.
Yeah, Jason Biggs. Jason Biggs. So if you're kind of our age, you know Jason Biggs for sure. But Jason's a really good guy, and his wife Jenny Mollen, who you might put two and two together, is Dr. Mollen's daughter. So she's a really popular influencer on Instagram, and a New York Times best-selling author. So Jenny is a celebrity in her own right, and she and Jason will be running the 10K. Actually, they're running right now in the 10K, so we'll see how they're doing, and maybe get them in here after. I think that's the plan, is to get Jason and Jenny here in the booth, and we can have a chat with them.
Yeah, and I heard their kids were supposed to be running too, so I am really excited to ask them how their kids like that race.
It's a family affair, absolutely. I want to give Jason some trouble about how much he loses to Sarah Hall by. We'll see.
Well, it looks like Melissa's got a little over a mile to go.
Yeah, she's coming in. Here's some fans. Look at this fan zone.
Ooh. Is that one of our cheer zones, maybe?
I think so. That's the Lululemon cheer zone right there.
Lululemon, yes.
Yeah, that looks cool. Water station volunteers, as you said at the beginning, and we will need to talk about it as the marathon goes on, which is that idea that, okay, now the weather is getting a little warmer, the temps are getting a little warmer, sun's getting up. It's going to be tough out there for the marathoners. So water, hydration, all the fueling is going to be really, really super important.
Yeah, and I think also good to mention that maybe not as many of a cheer crowd out on that canal section, so they're going to be in that part. All right,
we've got our female finisher, female champion coming toward the finish, but we have our male winner coming in to join us here in the booth. All right, so here's what we're going to do, folks. We're going to watch Melissa as she runs toward the finish. We're going to watch her finish the race, give her her big moment, which she absolutely deserves, and then we're going to bring Dayton Brown in to the booth and have a little chat with Dayton about his run out there this morning. Oh, that's a good feeling for Melissa. It's a good feeling to win. It's a good feeling when you know you've got the win wrapped up.
She won this race by running almost the entire thing out there from in the front by herself.
Yeah, she's rolling though. Full steam ahead, locked in, form looks good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, nice landscape off to the right, beautiful homes. Really pretty finishing stretch for sure.
Really can't ask for a better finish. Downhill, great scenery.
Checking her watch. She'd like to be done. You're close, Melissa. You're close. One step at a time.
And sometimes at the end here, because of that downhill, you're like, whoa, I'm running this fast?
That's right. That's right. Yeah, she was 1:12:57 at 12.1 miles with 1 mile to go. So depending on how fast she runs this last mile, she'll be finishing certainly under 1:20.
Yeah, and she's got some other male athletes around her to kind of help her get that last little kick in.
Yeah, and as we said on the right here, you should see some fans starting to matriculate toward the finish line here. 7:46 a.m. Phoenix time.
Yeah, it's kind of the nice part when different races are starting at different times that you might not have the people in your race, but you have even maybe some other athletes from other races that can help you kind of get to the finish there.
Well, yeah, the 5K starts at 8:30, so a lot of the 5K runners will be at the finish area as Melissa comes in. So we hope that she'll get a big ovation here as she comes toward the finish line. I think she will. She'll feel that energy from the crowd here very shortly. Just a few blocks to go. You start breaking the race up into really mini segments at this point, block by block. Just get to the next block.
Yep.
And, you know, it's funny, we mentioned the pretty homes on the right side of the course. She's not seeing that.
No.
She's not seeing that.
But sometimes as an athlete on the road, I will use those stop signs or those little lights as little targets, like just get to the next road, get to the next street.
Yeah, she's looking about 20 meters ahead of herself. She's just trying to get there. I mean, she is racing the guys, as you said. I mean, she's trying to beat these guys for sure. Anything you can use for motivation over the last 2 minutes of a half marathon, which is where we're at with her right now, you'll do it. This is Melissa Berry coming home, looking to become the 2025 Phoenix Half Marathon champion on what is a beautiful day here celebrating the 50th annual Phoenix 10K. Oh boy, 13.1 to go, Shayna.
This is it.
Oh, pass some of these guys. Come on, Melissa.
I think she's got it.
Come on, Melissa. She is going to finish under 120. For sure. She is going to be your champion.
Yeah.
I'm sure she knows she's winning. I'm sure people have been telling her that on the course.
Yeah, she also saw it at the turnaround.
And this is Sarah Hall. This is Sarah Hall finishing behind her in the 10K.
there's
So
the
Sarah's
10K.
about to finish on the 10K. So we're going to keep our eyes on this finish line. There's
Yay,
Melissa.
go Melissa.
And you see
should
Sarah's
celebrate.
time, just over 33 minutes in the 10K. This is former American record holder. This is Arizona resident, one of the greatest American distance runners of all time, Sarah Hall, finishing the 10K.
As expected.
Your
Winning out there
champion.
winning no problem. in
That
the
was
10K.
cool. So we saw Melissa Berry, our champion in the half marathon, and there's Sarah Hall, our champion in the 10K. Awesome.
Yeah, two really strong females.
Way to go,
back to
Melissa.
back.
Way to go,
Awesome.
Sarah. Very cool. Very cool.
And like Dr. Mollen said, female running is just blowing up.
All right, so now we're going to welcome into our studio our half marathon champion from today. This is Dayton Brown joining us. We're going to get Dayton situated here. All right, Dayton, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
Few minutes after the race, how are you feeling?
Pretty good, yeah. Yeah.
So when we watched you, we were talking throughout the first part of that race about that difficult first 2 miles uphill,
For sure.
and then some rolling hills towards 6 miles. What was the race plan going in?
I didn't really have too much of a race plan. I didn't see any list of the runners out there, so I didn't really know what to expect. That was my first half marathon. I've only done 10Ks on the track, 5Ks on the track. So I guess wait as long as possible and then hope the last couple K I can just have something more than anybody else.
Well, for someone who didn't have experience at that distance, I noticed you pressing here and there, putting in little surges, sort of testing everyone. Is that something that was coming naturally? Were you thinking about that?
Not really. I guess sort of I was looking at the pace and it was slow enough. I kind of wanted to break the pack open a little bit, sort of early. Kind of put a little, heavy legs into people so that later in the race it would be a little harder. But yeah, I guess I was just going off of feel and going off my track experience, I guess.
Do you consider yourself a guy who likes the uphills or the downhills?
Downhill for sure. Yeah, I'm not that I can't do uphills, but yeah, I'm more of a downhill kind of guy. Get going a little bit faster.
So what did you think of the last mile just being almost all downhill?
Yeah, so I believe the guy that I was running with, he made a pretty hard move, with 5K to go, I believe, and it was up a hill, and I thought I was over. I saw him do that, and I didn't really feel like I had too much, and I was like, if he can hold this pace, I might not be able to go with it. But then he kind of came back, and then I started making a move, and then the downhill came, and I didn't remember it being that steep. And yeah, I was kind of looking at my watch like, oh my gosh, look how fast I'm able to go down here. So it was definitely nice having that. You can relax into the pace and just let your body go.
Yeah, what were those splits coming home?
I was looking at my watch. I was on pace to run 4:25. I kind of celebrated a little bit at the end, so I must have probably ran 4:32 or something like that. But yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah, it looked like you were having fun there at the end. So you felt pretty good.
Yeah, trying to give some high fives and stuff, yeah.
So talk a little bit about Biltmore Fashion Park, the start-finish area. Pretty good energy?
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, I mean, they put something together, like, pretty great today, so that was good. I mean, my buddy, he lives here, and we were out in Mammoth Lakes last weekend, just training and stuff, and I just saw that there was a half marathon, and I was like, well, I might as well get in it, see what I can do, and yeah, it was great. I mean,
okay, last question for you. What is next? You've tried the half marathon. It liked you.
Yeah.
Did you like it? And what's next?
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, I've been doing mostly 5K, 10K on the track the last couple of years. I just graduated from Adams State University in Southern Colorado, Alamosa. Yeah, I'm definitely a longer distance guy, doing the 10K, all that kind of stuff. So probably I'll switch to the roads and try to join a team soon. Yeah, move to the half marathon. I probably won't move to the marathon for the next couple of years, maybe 2 or 3 years from now, but I'll work on the half the next couple of years and see if I can get pretty good at that first. So,
well, congratulations. You crushed your first half marathon.
Thank you.
Yeah, congrats, and enjoy the day, and we hope to see you back.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you guys for putting together a great. So, yeah.
Thanks, Dayton. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right, welcome back to the 50th annual Phoenix 10K and Marathon, brought to you by Walmart and presented by J.P. Morgan Chase. We have already had a wonderful morning. We've seen our half marathon finishers. Dayton Brown was our men's half marathon champion. Melissa Berry was our women's half marathon champion. We saw former American record holder Sarah Hall win our 10K. We'll get you the men's 10K results here in a second. And pretty soon, we're going to switch our feed to the marathon and start focusing our attention on that race as they head out onto the canal path for the second half of their race.
Yeah, on the female side for the marathon, it looks like Carrie is still in the lead.
Okay, yep. We'll talk about Carrie here as we get out to that feed. We'll find our men's leaders. Let's look up our male winners in the 10K, which is something that we had not seen much of on the.
Yeah, it looks like
speed.
Santiago Gatan was our overall 10K male winner. And looks like Sarah did get beat by 5 other men.
She got beat by a few guys. Okay, we weren't sure if any guys would beat her, but a few guys beat her. Well, good for them. Yeah, Santiago, Gaitan. Sorry if I mispronounced your name, Santiago. But Santiago Gaitan was our men's champion in 30-30. Mason Tope second in 30-50. And then Calix Flores was our final podium finisher in third at 32-23. And let's see who was.
And I believe Furman Villagran, he's a local athlete here. He was 5th place.
Nice. Okay, got it. And Sarah, of course, was our female champion in 33-48. And then our second female finisher was Gretchen Kuffel in 36-38. And then our final third place finisher, our final podium finisher, I should say, was Opsi Biru. Opsi?
Yeah, Opsi. She's
Opsi
a great
Biru.
local runner.
Yeah, I know her. Opsi. She's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, 37:01. She was third. So great races all around in the 10K and the half marathon. Lots of half marathoners still finishing. Lots of 10K athletes still finishing. And here we go. So this is our first look at our marathon leader. He's out there on the Phoenix Canal path. So this is a very flat path that goes out along the Phoenix canals. This is a whole system of canals. There's places to run all over the city along these canals.
Yeah, and as you can see, there's kind of packed dirt to the left, but they do get a little bit of the pavement here, which will definitely help with the times being a little faster.
Yeah, and it's flat. I mean, they had some rolling hills during the course of the first 12.5 miles, but then they head out on this canal, and it's pretty much flat out and back. But it looks like we've got Bryce Brooks in the lead. Our last split was 12.1 miles, so that was before he got out onto the canal, and he was 1:16:29 at 12.1 miles, so quite a bit ahead of Alexander Wittes and Abner Quirino. Sorry if I'm saying those names wrong, but those are our second and third place runners right now in the marathon. But this is Bryce Brooks, and he's got a big lead and looks good, and we'll try to get our female athletes at some point as well here. Let me see if I can get our female splits pulled up. It looks like Carrie Weldy, as you said, is still our leader. She was 1:17:50 at 11.1 miles, so she'll be out on the canal path as well fairly soon. And our second place athlete right now is Elizabeth Wynn. She was 1:23:48, so a good bit away from Carrie.
Yeah, Carrie's got a pretty good lead. Ben, like you were saying, the canal is a really good place to do like those longer tempo runs or even those speed workouts because like you can see there's no traffic or really anything to worry about while you're running on that path.
Yeah, I agree. I've been on the canal path a number of times. Easy place to run. I think you mentioned this at the top of the show, Shayna, but always people out there. Always people out there. And so that, to me, that's one of the beauties of running in Phoenix is it's got a good community. And so you could really not want to get out there and run, but you know that there are other people doing it.
So many people out there biking, running, walking their dogs. Really cool to just see how many people are active in this area.
And we're just now getting into the best part of the year to run and train. You called yourself a self-admitted cool weather runner. What is the advantage of running in November, December, January, February here in Phoenix?
Well, something you brought up is the fueling is definitely way different when those cooler temps hit. You don't need quite as much water, or you can go a lot longer without having to use all that water. You can also sleep in a little bit, too. You don't have to wake up at 4 in the morning to get those miles in.
Yeah, that is not too shabby. I think this morning was a pretty typical November morning, maybe a hair warmer than usual. And those guys and those men and women out there on the course right now in the marathon might be feeling that. But I think the half marathoners and the 10Kers got away scot-free.
Yeah, it was perfect for them. Yeah, like you said, I'm from the East Coast, so heading in towards December, November, February. These are the months where those people in the the cold weather places start to get jealous and maybe come out here to do a little running.
Yeah, I'm a Midwest boy myself, so I feel you. Yeah, November, the November I'm experiencing here is not the November I'm used to. Now look at this. So this is a feature of some of the canal paths where you'll sort of do these underpasses, so a big down and then an uphill coming out of it. He went underneath a street or a road there, which is nice because we don't have to mess with the intersection, but it is a little bit of a challenge on your legs.
Yeah, it does. Is this headed maybe towards that bike area?
Yeah, possibly. We'll see. He's heading out toward Rose Mofford Park. That'll be eventually where he'll turn and come back the other way. That'll be a nice feeling for him. This is a really nice section of the canal path.
Yeah, that's a nice spot for a water station there too, right after the down and then back uphill.
Yeah, he took his time. And he's got time. He's got a big lead. This is, by numbers, the smallest event today, the marathon, but we also have to remember it's brand new. So 50 years of the Phoenix 10K, and along the way they added distances. We had Dr. Mollen of the Mollen Foundation, the founder of this race, here in studio a few minutes ago, and he was sort of giving us the history where the 10K was a super popular distance back when they started, and then they've added these other distances, and now you have basically a menu to choose from where you've got the 5K, the 10K, the half marathon, and the marathon. And there's 5,000 runners out there today spread out across all those different distances. This is another, oh, there we go. Look at that drone shot. I was hoping we would get one of those. Now you see what the canal path really is.
You can really see how much canal there is to run for the marathon or those longer distances, even if you're looking for somewhere to just train.
Yeah, it's almost limitless in terms of the miles you can put in along the canal paths. A lot of professional runners that train in Flagstaff, Arizona, which is 2 hours up the road at 7,000 feet, they train in Flagstaff pretty much year-round and live there, but they will come down to Phoenix for certain workouts because we're not sea level, but we're very close to sea level. We're about 1,000 feet above sea level, so it's not difficult in that way in terms of the altitude. But it's flat, and they can run much faster than they run up in Flagstaff at 7,000 feet. And so this time of year, November, December, January, February, you will get pro athletes like Sarah Hall coming down to Phoenix to do major workouts, and they will use the canal paths for those workouts.
Yeah, and I think the opposite's true here in the Valley. We have our local runners, such as Jess McCain, who will go up to Flagstaff and do a couple months stint there to get that altitude advantage as well.
Yeah, Arizona in general is a hotbed for running. I mean, there's no question about it. Whether it's Flagstaff or Phoenix, and a lot of other communities too have great groups of runners, and I think a lot of people have come down from Flagstaff, Sedona, Prescott, etc. for this race this weekend. Here's another shot of another underpass. So you shoot down, go through the tunnel, come out the other side, head up. It's not so bad to get a little bit of up and down, though. I mean, being completely flat can be a little difficult.
Yeah, plus you get a little tiny reprieve there from the sun every couple miles.
Very tiny, but you'll take it. You'll take it. Yeah, it's sunny out there. There's no question. You can get a really nice rhythm on these canal paths. I'm getting texts from a couple of finishers in the half marathon. They said it was tougher than it looked, way harder than expected. Okay, that's fair.
They might have been in that group that went out a little less conservative the first half.
That's right. That's right. Well, I think when you look at a course map like that, it's really hard, right? Because you're tempted to say to yourself, oh, no problem, uphill on the way out, downhill on the way back. But what you're not necessarily accounting for is that it's a net uphill and a net downhill, meaning that, yeah, it goes more up than down on the way out, but there's both. Same thing on the way back. It's more down than up, but there are some ups. I mean, Dayton mentioned with 5K to go, Jordan put a move on an uphill. And so it's not as simple as maybe the elevation chart makes it look. Now, this part is pretty simple.
Yeah. Yeah, this part you could train for pretty easily. Just get out there on the weekends and run that canal.
Yeah, this is what it is. This is pretty straightforward, out and back on the canal path. Do you feel like it's tough for the leader to be solo at this point?
He looks like he's doing great, honestly, but with all the miles that those marathoners put in, a lot of them are just used to it being out there solo. So I'm assuming he's been here before on those long runs, and this is just muscle memory at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you got to just be able to stay focused and stay present. If you start thinking about how far you've got to go, you're going to be in trouble. So we're going to have another guest here. This is Melissa Berry, our half marathon champion, coming into the studio. So we'll get Melissa set up here in just a sec.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Love your glitter.
Oh, thank you.
All right, Melissa, we are so excited to have you here. We watched you lead this race from start to finish. Was that the plan?
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, well, I wasn't really sure what to expect in terms of the competition out there. I was kind of hoping to latch on to some other fellows out there, but kind of got stuck in no man's land. So just try to run my own race and run it smart the way that I had originally planned. And the plan was to negative split. And so pretty much did that. So thanks to the downhill on the way back.
Yeah, definitely. We kept saying how good that downhill must have felt like after going uphill for the most part the first half.
Oh, certainly. Yes. The key was to make sure to not break my rhythm and be okay, like not be too obsessed with the pace on those uphill portions and just try to recover on the downhill. Mm-hmm.
Melissa, when you had the turnaround and you saw people coming toward you, did you notice how big of a lead you had?
Oh, yes. A lot of the times in races, I try not to look back, and so having that advantage of, that turnaround point and just kind of seeing everyone, I was like, oh, okay, I think if I keep running my own race, the goal is to always not let people catch you after being in the lead. So, a couple guys got me there, but towards the end, but definitely gave me a lot of motivation. And so seeing other people see that they can pick it up through the end of a race, gives me that motivation as well. So, yeah, I definitely am happy that I just stuck with myself, stayed relaxed, and just kind of went for it.
So, Melissa, where are you from? Because I feel like I've seen your name out there on some other race results.
I'm from Eugene. I grew up there, and I moved to Flagstaff about a year ago. So came down just for the weekend. I fortunately have some extended family down here in the valley, so I was able to stay with them. But right now I'm living in Flagstaff, but raised in Eugene and went to uni there. Mm-hmm.
Those are two running meccas, Eugene and Flagstaff. How's Flagstaff treating you?
Oh, I love it so much. I love the community. I'm just so grateful. Spending my whole life in the same place and moving somewhere new for the first time can be very intimidating. But then having this group of people that is so welcoming, and they don't care where you're at. These people that I've honestly looked up to for years, and they're just like, yeah, come join us for a long run, and they're just so accepting. And so I've always been honored to be surrounded by people who are better than me, because that's where my motivation comes from. I love to be elevated by others.
So Melissa, you crushed today's race. What is up next for you? Is this training for something else?
Yeah,
or?
this is my final build-up for my marathon debut. I'm going to debut at CIM in a month. So
We are so excited, and we will definitely be on the lookout for you at the CIM marathon next month.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Melissa. Great job today.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
That was Melissa Berry, our half marathon champion today at the Phoenix 10K and Marathon, presented by JP Morgan Chase. We appreciate Melissa giving us some time. She did a wonderful job out there today, setting the tone for the women in the half marathon. And now on the screen, you'll see we're back to the lead of the marathon. They're out there on the canal path, rocking and rolling. Shayna, what'd you think of Melissa? She was awesome.
She is very sweet, and her marathon debut is coming up, which is really exciting, and I think she's going to crush it given how well she ran today.
Yeah, I agree. It's so the marathon debut is so fun, right? It's so fun. It's such an exciting time in a runner's life to be doing their first marathon. And obviously she's fit. She ran great today, so I feel really good about it. You know, CIM, which she said she's running, has a lot of those rolling hills. And so I feel like this was a good test for her.
Yeah, and that altitude, being up in Flagstaff, should surely help for the longer distances, such as the marathon.
Yeah, I mean, basically what it does is you live up there, and we mentioned it a second ago, you live up there because it's 7,000 feet of elevation, so there's less barometric pressure and oxygen isn't being pushed into your muscles at the same rate it is at sea level. And as a result of that, the body, which is an amazing machine, figures that out and creates extra red blood cells to make sure that oxygen is being transported in a more efficient way. And those extra red blood cells, then when you come down to sea level or closer to sea level, like Melissa did today, they don't go away. So they're still there. So now you're operating at a higher level in terms of your aerobic capacity compared to perhaps your peers who train at sea level. And so Melissa will now go back up to Flagstaff, continue producing those extra red blood cells. She'll go down to CIM, which is at sea level in Sacramento, and hopefully feel like $1 million. That's the plan. All right, so this is Bryce Brooks, and I think he'll be maybe nearing his turnaround here.
Yeah, getting a little shade here. Like you said, maybe getting a lot closer here to that bike path. Has to kind of feel good right now that there's no one really around him in his race at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously knows he's in the lead, but you don't want to focus on that in your mind. I think there's just way too far to go. And we don't know what Bryce wants to accomplish today necessarily in terms of a time or a performance or an effort, but whatever it is, he's got to be focused on that and not – you got to control what you can control. I think that's the key, right?
Yes, lots of time for things to happen in that marathon still.
Yeah, and whatever his expectations were, I mean, it's – you know, that's for him to know and for him to execute. And I think even though we're with all these people and there's 5,000 runners out there, you're still running your own race ultimately. And much of what you have to battle against is in your own mind. You have to, I think, we had Michael Jordan in the race earlier, a different Michael Jordan. But the basketball player Michael Jordan once said, you have to expect things of yourself before you can do them. And so I'm sure Bryce expected a lot of himself out today, a lot out of himself today, and here he is doing it.
Yeah, a big motivator for me right now would be getting that first ever Mayor's Cup.
That's right. So Mayor Kate Gallego will be at the finish line presenting the Mayor's Cup to potentially Bryce, and then our women's winner as well. Hopefully we'll see our female leader. That's Carrie, right?
Carrie,
yeah. She's out there winning the female race by a good bit, a wide margin.
Yeah, I'm always impressed with Carrie's marathon abilities because I can beat her at some of the shorter stuff, the 5K, the 10K on the track, but when it comes to the marathon, that girl is just unstoppable.
Well, it's funny how that works, right? So running is not running. Running is not that simple. Running has all these nuances, and each athlete has their own physiology and their own strengths and weaknesses. And some athletes are better at the longer distances. Those are often the athletes that have a higher percentage of slow twitch muscle fibers. And so they're able to fatigue less over the course of a long race, whereas if you have a higher percentage of fast twitch muscle fibers, you can go a little bit faster at shorter distances, and those muscle fibers are really efficient and they work really well, but they don't work well for a long period of time. So you fatigue more as the race goes on. And so these are the little differences at a physiological level that make someone a marathoner and someone a 5K runner, or Usain Bolt a sprinter and Eliud Kipchoge a marathoner. These are these little differences in our genetics that make us the runners that we are.
Yeah, some of my marathoner friends, they get that runner high right around mile 20. But for me, I feel like I don't ever get to fully recover after I put in those 20 plus miles.
Yeah, I've had marathons where I've felt good at 20, and I've had marathons where I've been done at 20. So I think it's a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, and I think it's really finding that time to do the recovery piece of those cold plunges, the stretching, the massage, just all that body work can really make a difference.
Well, yeah, there's no question. I mean, Dr. Mollen has been, as he said, proselytizing, let's say preaching about the benefits of running and the benefits of overall health and wellness for 50 years. But in my lifetime, it's really been over the last 10 or 15 years that I've seen a huge difference in how, let's say, the professional athletes treat their bodies outside of running. Of course, they always trained at a high level, but you know, when I was running at a decently high level in the early 2000s, I mean, we were still having a couple beers a few times a week. We were still eating McDonald's a couple times a week. And that's just not happening anymore. I mean, now it's full-time 24/7. I mean, they're eating healthy, breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks. They're going to bed. They're never going out. They're never staying out late. I mean, it's a whole different ball game. And I think that, combined with the shoes, combined with the physical therapy and massage therapy, you're seeing people just run faster than we honestly ever thought possible.
Yeah, I think one of the benefits to living in the city, living in a city like the Valley, is we have so many wellness centers now that can also provide those same type of services to non-elite and non-pro athletes. So if you're just out there running, you can go find a place that has a cold plunge or red light therapy, tons of options for massage and PT out here. We have a great variety of options for really any athlete to recover now.
Well, not to plug my own book, but I have written a book called Run Like a Pro Even If You're Slow with the author Matt Fitzgerald. We co-authored that book, but the whole premise is exactly what you're talking about. If the pros take the cold plunges and do the red light therapy and eat well and sleep well because it's their livelihood and they have to run as fast as they can in order to put food on their table, then it only makes sense that if your goal is to run as fast as you can, then you should also be doing those things. Now, do you have as much time in the day as they do? No, maybe not. Maybe you can't take a nap every day like they do, but you can do a lot of the other things. You can go to bed on time every night. You can eat well every morning, every afternoon, every evening. You can do some of that physical therapy. You can do those things. And so that's the whole premise of the book, is that, hey, look, if you want to be as the best runner you can possibly be, it's a lot more than just the workouts.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely a variety of things. Like, I've started doing yoga myself just to help with that hip mobility and taking those classes and stuff.
What do you think is the most important thing for your running outside of the running itself?
For me, it's been the yoga and Pilates. As I'm getting older, I found I definitely need to also strengthen those non-running muscles so that I can make sure I can continue to run my weekly mileage, get in my tempo, do my speed workouts, do a couple races, also drive my kid around, and then make sure that I don't tweak anything.
No, it makes total sense, right? It makes total sense. I mean, as you get older, which I'm definitely experiencing, it's just the little things, right? The little things. You used to not have to activate before you run. You used to not really have to do much after the run. You could just kind of head out the door and go. But now I feel like if I want to have a good run, if I want to feel good, I've got to spend at least 10 minutes or so sort of activating and getting everything loosened up before I head out the door. And it's a little bit annoying, but if it means that you're going to have a good run, it's worth it.
Yeah, I definitely think I got in a bad habit of doing that after college, just going on a run right out the door, rolling right out of bed, and then straight to the shower to work. But taking the time to do those extra things will give you a little bit more longevity in the sport.
Yeah, no question. Well, hopefully we can all be like Dr. Mollen someday. I don't know if you were watching earlier. If you just joined us on the live stream, we had Dr. Art Mollen, who's the founder of this race, the founder of the Mollen Foundation, longtime health and wellness advocate. He's actually got, I mean, we could have gone on and on with Dr. Mollen, but he's actually friends with Arnold Schwarzenegger. He knows all these famous people, but he wrote a book on health and wellness well back before it was popular. And, he's 80 years old. He's 80 years old, and he's got the energy of a 25-year-old. It was amazing, and it was kind of an inspirational few minutes to see that, okay, here's this guy who has been preaching about health and wellness his whole life, and he's living it. And he's sort of a living, breathing example of what living that sort of lifestyle can do for you. And here he is at 80, I mean, as vibrant as ever. He got up at 3 a.m. today to get ready for this race. It's pretty cool.
So is running the fountain of youth? Is that what keeps us young?
I mean, it doesn't hurt, that's for sure. It doesn't hurt. And like he said, it's about so much more than people think. I mean, at the base level, yeah, sure, it keeps you sort of healthy looking, but it goes so much farther than that. The heart health, lung health, brain health. It's just, yeah, we know too much now. We know that it's a healthy thing to do. So hopefully, if you're watching this, running is a part of your life and will be for a long time.
Yeah, the running lifestyle is a thing.
It is a thing. We see it. Look at all these people finishing. They're having a great time. It's a beautiful finish at Biltmore Fashion Park. If you're not familiar with the Phoenix area, the Biltmore Fashion Park is in Phoenix proper, not too far away from Scottsdale and Paradise Valley, which are municipalities that you might have heard of. You certainly know them if you live in the valley, but it's a really pretty part of town, and the fashion park itself has restaurants and high-end retail and really pretty place. The Phoenix Run Club, which is a organization that's sort of involved in the Phoenix 10K and Marathon, they meet here every Wednesday night for what they call their midweek miles, every Wednesday at 6:30 p.m., and they get a huge group. It's awesome. These run clubs are popping up all over the city and all over the country, and I just think running is experiencing sort of what I might call a third boom right now. You had that first boom in the 70s, which Dr. Mollen talked about, and then you had, by the way, here's some pro athletes hanging out and talking. That's Sarah Hall on your screen on the bottom there. But I think this third boom is a boom that's been really inclusive. It includes all sorts of people, and I think it's going to continue. I really do.
So Sarah's probably about to get her rest of her family ready for the 5K here.
She's hanging out with Ryan there, her husband, and their daughter, and so yeah, family affair here in the 5K. I texted James to try to get Sarah in the booth. We'll see. Fingers crossed, Jana. I don't know. She looks busy right now. Maybe she's going to run this 5K with them.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe after the 5K.
The 5K is her cool down after the 10K.
I'm assuming most of the people here are going to do some type of cool down.
That's right. No, an athlete like Sarah can handle the extra mileage, that's for sure. So if you don't know too much about Sarah and Ryan, I will just explain that. So Ryan and Sarah met in high school. They were two of the best high school athletes in the country. They met at what at the time was called the Foot Locker Cross Country Championships in San Diego, where they were both finalists and some of the best runners in the country. Sarah actually won the race. But Sarah and Ryan met there as high schoolers, teenagers, and then ended up going to Stanford together, Stanford University, where they were both stars in the NCAA for Stanford. Of course, started dating, eventually got married. After college, Ryan became almost right away one of the best American distance runners of all time. He ended up setting the American record at the half marathon, ran under 60 minutes, ran 59 37, when that was absolutely unheard of for American men to go under 60 minutes. He broke the existing American record by over a minute. Then went to the London Marathon and debuted at London in 206, I believe, which was one of the fastest debut, or maybe debuted in 208, I guess, and then later ran 206 at London. Later ran under 205 at Boston. So he ran in the Olympic Games twice. Finished right around 10th in the Olympic Games in the marathon. So again, just accolade after accolade after accolade for Ryan. Now at that time, Sarah was a pro runner also, but was struggling to find her niche, was running the mile, the 1500, the steeplechase, the 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters on the track, all these different distances, started dabbling on the roads, could never quite find who she was as a runner, like we were talking about before. Then, as Ryan's career in the marathon started winding down, and typically men's careers last a little shorter than women's, Sarah moved to the marathon, something she never thought was her sort of distance, and ended up loving it and becoming, you guessed it, one of the best American runners in the marathon, and has gone on to run 2:20 in the marathon. She did that at the Marathon Project, which is the race that I direct. She did that in 2020. She's run all over the world, the London Marathon, of course, Chicago Marathon, Boston Marathon, New York City Marathon, and was 5th place at the Olympic Trials Marathon in 2024 at almost 40 years of age. And now north of 40, she's still one of the best runners in the country and an inspiration to many. So that's the story of the Halls, in addition to all the things they do outside of running, adopting 4 children, giving back in Ethiopia to all sorts of causes there and here in America. They're just wonderful people.
Yeah, I know a lot of my female masters friends fully expect for Sarah to crush a lot of those masters women's records.
Yeah, she's an inspiration, and doesn't show any signs of stopping anytime soon. Ryan has been retired from competitive running for a long time, but as you can see, is still running for fun, and I think Sarah will run forever. Oh, here you go. Here's the turnaround. So Bryce, our leader there in the marathon, just made the turnaround at Rose Mofford Park and now is headed back toward us here at the finish at Biltmore Fashion Park.
So now he'll get a pretty good idea of what kind of lead he has going on here.
Yeah, as he's heading back, there's some of the runners heading out. So if that was somebody that was in second, they're not far behind. We'll have to take a look at the splits.
We have another aid station there with some cheer squad. Looks like Caleb was out there on the field.
Yeah, I think this is getting closer. That's what it looks like to me, which is cool. We would love to have a race on our hands.
Like you said, it's the marathon. We never know what can happen.
We never know. It's a long ways, right? It's a long ways. When I look at the splits online, I don't see Carey in the lead anymore, but sometimes a chip won't pick up the feed, so we'll see. Let's wait on that. The half marathon. As far as we know, our leader was still Bryce Brooks at 17.8 miles. I believe that's who we're watching. He was 150, 140 at that, so close to 18 miles there. But it seemed like someone was coming up. Let's keep an eye on that for sure. All right, we're going to shoot to commercial, and we'll be back.
Right at your fingertips. Local expertise. Trusted reputation since 1951. Choose from thousands of new and used vehicles. Apply for financing. Search, click, and save. NoBull.com makes it easy. Backed by Earnhardt's award-winning customer service, NoBull.com is where Arizona finds and buys cars and trucks. And that ain't no bull.
Hi, my name's Mandy Crandall. I am the owner of Robex Juice here in Mesa, Arizona at the Mesa Grand location, and we are excited to be proud sponsors of the Mollen Mile Race. I think that this partnership makes sense for Robex because we all think that it's really great exposure for us to show not only these athletes, but all the people out there that being a healthy alternative, they have the ability to come in and eat at the locations that we have, not only on the day that they are training, not only on race day, but just as normal athletes, and we can tailor their drinks to whatever they need for that day. My go-to after workout, I am between two items. I really love the straw nana berry bowl, and I usually get mine with electrolytes and whey protein. And currently right now, I just foundered my new favorite smoothie. It's our Mango Turmeric Madness, and I add ginger and lemon to it. It gives you a little kick of a lot of different things that you need for some natural energy in your day, some carbs to replenish after you deplete them at the gym, and it tastes amazing. So what I personally like about the Phoenix running community is that it's like a melting pot of people. You have so many different walks of life come together for one common goal. I love the fact that Robex can reach all of those people on a level of just pure food or fuel, so runners love to call it. And I just love that we're a part of that this year.
Thinking of updating my kitchen? Yeah. Yes. This year, we are finally updating our kitchen. Doing subway tile and an ivory or eggshell. Cream, maybe bone. Don't get me started on quartz. Big island. You ever heard of a waterfall counter?
For everyone who talks about doing that thing,
And over there,
but never does that thing,
sweet little breakfast nook.
Chase has financial guidance.
See how you can start saving to make this happen.
Really?
Really?
Really.
At home or in person.
You could also check out a Chase Money Skills workshop.
That's guidance from Chase. Make more of what's yours.
All right, welcome back to the 50th annual Phoenix 10K and Marathon, brought to you by Walmart and presented by J.P. Morgan Chase. We are live on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel and the 12 News Plus app. I am Ben Rosario, your host today, and with me is Shayna Weir. We've been watching these races all day long. Shayna, give me some highlights so far.
Well, we saw Sarah Hall win the 10K. We got to chat with Melissa Beery, the winner of the half. We also got to see a really awesome men's half finish as well. We are now, like I said, getting closer to the finish of the marathon.
Yeah, the marathon takes a while, 26.2 miles. It's a grind, but this is, we believe, Bryson Brooks out there in front. He's been in front the whole time. He's on the canal path. I keep saying Bryson Brooks, and I apologize to Bryce's family. It's Bryce Brooks. Bryce Brooks out there in front. We believe he's got a pretty big lead, about 10 minutes. So kind of a solo run for Bryce out there today. But he's on what we call the Phoenix Canal path. And he's just hitting the 20-mile mark. So he's got 10K to go. He's out on the path there. Temperatures are rising. Sun's coming up. So it's a challenge. But he looks good out there. And we'll try to get you something from the women's race at some point here as well. We should also have a couple more in-studio interviews As Shayna mentioned, we talked to Melissa Berry, our half marathon champion. We talked to Dayton Brown, our men's half marathon champion. We had a wonderful chat with Dr. Art Mollen, the director of the Mollen Foundation and the founder of the Phoenix 10K 50 years ago. Dr. Mollen had some awesome, inspiring words about health and wellness. He's out there today greeting the finishers. He said he was up at 3 a.m., nervous about the events today. We've got Mayor Kate Gallego at the finish. She'll be presenting the Mayor's Cup to the winners of our men's and women's marathons. We have Mayor Mark Stanton of Paradise Valley. He started the 5K race, which started just a few minutes ago. It has been a wonderful morning all around here. We're live from the Biltmore Fashion Park. That's where our studio is, and we're watching along with you guys as these runners run the marathon, finish the 10K. It's been a super, super cool morning. Shayna, I just can't say enough about the people that are putting on this event.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, it does get pretty hot there running next to the canal, but we did just see one of our sponsors, SRP, had a water station out there, so having those water stations and getting that water this last 10K is going to be important.
Yeah, no question about it. And the Phoenix athletes are used to this. You know, we do have athletes coming down. Melissa Berry said she came down from Flagstaff. We know Sarah Hall came down from Flagstaff. So it's not all Phoenix runners. So the non-Phoenix runners might be a little hot out there, but I think the Phoenix runners, like we said, are pretty used to it. Shayna, you did a good job mentioning the sponsors earlier today. We've mentioned Walmart several times and JP Morgan Chase. They're sort of our title and presenting sponsor, but we have Robex Juice, one of our major sponsors today, Earnhardt Auto Centers, 72 Sold, Republic Services, Passport Health.
We have AT Still University, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Arizona, Cell Brokerage, Hoka, EVO, Agency, Shamrock Foods, and of course, GU Energy Labs and Macy's.
Yeah, awesome sponsors today. I know Visit Phoenix helped out, Realty Execs International, Tedesco Foundation. James Benet, the race coordinator, did a good job getting out there in the community and making sure that he got a ton of different sponsors from sort of all categories so that the community could be super involved. And I would say a lot of those sponsors, in addition to their sponsorship, have actually brought out volunteers. They're manning water stations. It's sort of a comprehensive partnership with the Phoenix 10K and Marathon for a lot of these sponsors.
Yeah, and then we have like Republic Services out there helping with the waste management portion of today's event. There is a lot that goes into just like the water stations and all the trash that a big event like this, you know, incurs. So we're really nice to have Republic Services here to help with the cleanup. Yeah,
I agree 100%. They're trying to be as sustainable as possible. It's not an easy thing with an event like this, but they're doing a great job, and we appreciate that for sure. The proceeds from today's race go to benefit the Mollen Foundation. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can click on the link at the top of the chat and make your own donation to that foundation. Again, that promotes healthy lifestyles here in the Valley and prevents childhood obesity.
So Ben, has that 5K started yet?
Yeah, I believe so. So the 5K was meant to start, I believe, at 8:30, and so that they should be out on the course now, running the 5K. We should see our finishers at some point in that race.
Yeah, our top finishers are probably about halfway done by now.
Yeah, they're getting there. They're getting there. And the 5K, as you took us through at the top, is pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
You go out a couple miles, you turn around, or go out about a mile and a half, turn around, it's just halfway out, then back. A little bit of a net uphill on the way out, and then a pretty screaming downhill on the way back. Dayton mentioned that in his interview, how fast it was.
Yeah, that turnaround comes quick for the 5K because it's all the way up 24th. Take a right on Lincoln, turn around, and come right back.
Yeah, no, it definitely was meant to start at 8:30, and everything's been starting on time. So, yeah, we should be about 10 minutes into that 5K. Here's another one of these underpass. You can see him hurting on the way up. That's rough. That's rough for Bryce. He's 20-plus miles into this thing, so every up you feel it.
In my experience, the 10K is when the mental game really starts because there's usually something that starts creeping up in the hurt factor. Either it's your legs or your back or your feet. You just never kind of know what's going to get you that last 10K.
Yeah, what I like to say about the marathon is that you'll get exposed. If you have any weaknesses, if you're battling any injuries, the marathon will expose them over the course of 26.2 miles, because it's just such a battle for your muscles and tendons and ligaments to keep functioning at a high level for that period of time. And so again, if you got a little tightness in your hamstring, or you've been dealing with some calf cramping, like, it's gonna creep up during the marathon, and you have to do the best you can to stave those things off and stay hydrated and stay fueled, etc. But you're going to have some aches and pains.
Yeah. And, I think a lot of people are going past 20 for the marathon training runs now, but, sometimes a lot of those runs hover around 20, 21. So the muscle memory isn't exactly there, getting closer to that 26-mile mark. So things aren't really sure how to react.
Well, there's sort of a leap of faith, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's different. When you're training for a 5K, you're running a ton of runs, probably longer than 5K. And
Correct.
So you're not intimidated by the distance, and your body isn't intimidated by the distance. But for the marathon, to your point, yeah, you might do some 20 milers, maybe you do a 22 in training, but you can't exactly replicate the entirety of the marathon distance in training. And so you have to take this sort of, again, leap of faith that your body's going to be able to handle it over
Carrie.
the last bit. Okay, there's Carrie.
Yeah.
So that is our women's leader, we do believe.
Yes.
Getting close to her turnaround. Carrie Weldy,
Carrie Weldy, yep, she just turned right there.
sort of a star in the local Phoenix community. A marathon stalwart, so she's pretty well known, and she's got the lead here by a good bit.
Yep, she is used to doing lots of marathons, so I expect her to run a pretty solid to the finish.
Yeah, she was the first one to cross that 17.8 mile split on the female side. She crossed that in 2:04:59.
Yeah, and she does live here in the valley, so she is conditioned for running in the hotter weather for the longer miles.
And I'm sure she's conditioned to running on the canal path.
Yes.
Everybody that's in the valley runs on a canal path. So you might be looking at this and saying, what is this? Well, this is where people train here.
Well, she lives in Ahwatukee, so she doesn't necessarily train on this canal path, but we do have a different footpath that the athletes train on over there that's pretty similar.
Yeah, it's an interesting area because there's a lot of flat in Phoenix for sure, along these canal paths, along Tempe Town Lake, different places. But once you get up sort of where we are here at the Biltmore Fashion Park, if you go north of here, which this course does, then you're going up. Then you're experiencing some uphill, and those athletes experienced that today on the course. Again, the early reaction seems to be that it was a little harder than it looked on paper.
Yeah, and I do know that Carrie, for the most part, trains by herself, so her running these longer miles by herself is nothing new and nothing that she hasn't done before.
Yeah, and it looks like she's got some guys, too. So she's not totally out there on her own. Sometimes it's deceiving because you look at the splits and you see that she's got a 10-minute lead, but you're only looking at the females. And so when you see that she's got some males around her, I think that's a good thing. And hopefully they can work together a little bit.
Yeah, Ben, so do you prefer to train with a group or to run by yourself?
I like the group.
Me too.
I'm a pretty social guy, and when I was running at a decent level back in the day, I loved workouts with groups. I really preferred those long runs. I loved running with a group. I loved the camaraderie of it, and I'm just a sports guy, and so it felt, I liked being on a team and those kind of things, and it doesn't have to be a formal team, but when you're out there on a long run, you kind of are a team, like whoever the group you're with is. And so that's what I liked. Nowadays, I don't have that luxury, and so most of my runs are kind of solo, and I just get out the door and go. And honestly, they're not as fun, but maybe I can do a better job here over the next few months of meeting people. I just moved here, so I'm trying to meet some people and run with groups a little bit more often.
Yeah, I agree. I thrive when running with groups, and we do have a lot of local groups, so you shouldn't have any issues finding some running groups in the next couple months here.
I know. I mentioned the Phoenix Run Club, and I did run with them once or twice, and they have some awesome runs during the week here in Phoenix that you can join. And I mean, Soul Sports and Runner's Den, which we mentioned earlier, they've got some awesome group runs. They actually have a training group that has been getting ready specifically for the Phoenix 10K and Marathon, and they've got athletes across the board in all the races today out there. So thank you to Soul Sports and Runner's Den for all you do for the community.
Yeah, and I just run with a little small group called the Pacemakers, and it focuses mostly on masters running. And like I said, there's something for everybody here in the Valley if you're looking to join a running group.
Yeah, I think in general, running is an inclusive sport. You can do it at any pace. As you can see, I mean, just a wide variety. We got people still finishing the 10K and the half marathon, and they look great. People are coming in strong. We got somebody coming in here strong. I mean, everybody is running their own race and running as fast as they possibly can.
It's kind of hard to see if we've had a finisher yet for the 5K.
There's a cool drone shot of Carrie.
Yep, all by herself.
All by her lonesome out there.
No man's land.
All by her lonesome.
Oh, it looks like we had our first 5K winner, Spencer Heed for the men, 15:32.
Okay, solid. So he ran under 5-minute pace.
These 5K runners are going to have a lot of athletes to help them sprint to the finish.
Yeah, it's an interesting finish right now because you've got half marathoners finishing and 10K athletes finishing and 5K athletes finishing. So you see the different clocks up there.
And then the Mollen Mile will be starting pretty soon too.
Yeah, that's at 9. I believe Robex Juice is one of our major sponsors for that mile, I do believe, the Mollen Mile. So we'll see that starting. And a lot of kids in that one.
Yeah, that's the perfect opportunity if you have a kid that's maybe interested in running some of that longer stuff but not quite ready for the 5K. Get them out there for the Mollen Mile, and you can even maybe run with your kid.
Shannon, you and I both have daughters. We should have brought them out today. We messed up.
Our daughter's like other sports because we run. My daughter is cheer and gymnastics, and yours was a dancer and a theater.
A dancer and a theater, and yeah. So maybe someday, but yeah, no, I really do think in a lot of ways she kind of stayed away from it because of it was my job, and I don't know. I think maybe someday.
Yeah, my sister's kids just won their pumpkin runs in their school, so I think she might, because her and her husband don't run, they might have got the runners in the family.
Future stars right there, pumpkin run champions.
Yep.
No, it starts somewhere, right? I was at a middle school cross-country meet on Friday at Granada Park, and you just think to yourself, hey, you don't know, like this could be the day where one of these runners, one of these kids, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th graders, gets the bug, right? They obviously joined the cross-country team, so there was some level of interest, but we all had that moment that kind of put it over the top for us. For me, I ran in middle school and had some fun for sure, but it was really that first day of high school cross-country practice. I always say that I liked running before that, and then I fell head over heels in love with it that first day of high school cross-country practice because there was just something about it. It just appealed to me, and I just knew it was for me. What was that moment for you?
Yeah, I grew up in a small town, so we didn't have a running team in middle school, but I played soccer up until my sophomore year of high school. And then our running team was winning more than our soccer team. So, I just kind of transitioned over into running and had to perfect my form a little bit, but had some talent there, so I just kind of started
we
there.
see all kinds of form. You see the Tyrannosaurus Rex kind of form. You see the, wild arms kind of form. There's all kinds of things. But, no, I always say that my thinking is that the body doesn't want to work against itself. So if you are out there and you feel like your form is kind of wacky at first, just keep doing it. Like it will get better. And I always feel like it starts in the face and the shoulders. Like if the face is relaxed, the jaw is relaxed, the shoulders are relaxed, everything tends to follow from there.
Mm-hmm. And it does look like Kelly Stroup was our first female in the 5K, running at 18:07.
Nice. Very good. Congrats to her. So our champions are being crowned here today. It's such a cool thing to finish first. It's such a cool thing. Not many people get to do it, but I'm proud of these folks today. It's really a cool feeling for them. And especially at a race like this with so many people and so much atmosphere at the finish line, really, really cool. Something they'll remember. You could see that with Melissa. You could see how thrilled she was to win this race today. It was cool.
Yeah, I have a bunch of friends running the 5K right now, so I'm kind of excited to see how they end up. Most of them will probably place at least in their age group.
And tell me the winner of the women's 5K one more time.
Kelly Stroop.
Kelly. Okay, well, Kelly is coming our way. There's Sarah Hall finishing with her daughter. They must have dusted Ryan.
Yep.
Oh, there's Coach John Reich. I see him. He's a really well-known member of the Phoenix running community. He must have done the 10 or the 5K, excuse me.
Yeah, I believe that's Jasmine Hall.
Jasmine Hall. Okay, very cool. Good job, Jasmine. What a cool day. Sarah Hall, Ryan Hall, Dr. Mollen, Jason Biggs. Very cool day here. Yeah, so Kelly's going to be coming over, so we'll do an interview with Kelly. We've already interviewed Dayton Brown, our men's half marathon champion, Melissa Berry, our women's half marathon champion. I would love to get Sarah in here. We'll see. She's a tough woman to track down, but if we can get her in here, that would be awesome.
She might have to cool down with her daughters.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. They can cool down over here to the studio. And then I think the hope is to get Jason Biggs and Jenny Mollen in here as well, get all those things done before our coverage wraps up. We'll probably wrap up around 9:30, but we definitely want to watch the finish of the marathon.
Yeah, I believe that was Anthony Vella that just finished. He was one of the former athletes that I used to coach over at Estrella Mountain Community College. So it's really fun to see people after college still coming back out here and running and competing and doing really well for their age groups.
It's a small world, the running world, isn't it? Yeah, you get to know a lot of people, that's for sure. That is for sure. There's Carrie. She's alone on the canal path. You know what, though? You get in such a zone. I think it looks lonely out there for her, but honestly, she probably feels great.
She is going to be elated if she wins the Mayor's Cup and the $1,000. How cool for Carrie.
Not bad, not bad. No, it's cool for a local person to win. That's really neat. I think she's doing great. And she's a Masters runner.
She is, yeah. And she used to run, I believe she ran at Gateway Community College when she was not a little bit older. So she was like an adult runner there.
I see. I'm seeing a lot of Phoenix Run Club jerseys finishing up. That's cool.
Oh, yeah, here's our kids.
Really big run club. Oh, Mollen Mile.
Yes.
Okay, so Mollen Mile is about 7 minutes away from starting. You see the little folks, the little humans, as my wife calls them. She that's her phrase. But yeah, they're all out there, boys and girls. Very cool.
How many little humans do you have?
Well, I only have one little human of my own, and she's less little nowadays at 14. But actually, my day job is I teach 6th and 7th graders at St. Francis Xavier Elementary.
Oh, cool.
So I'm around little humans all day. The 6th and 7th graders are the older bunch, but I see the kindergartners and 1st graders. They're pretty cool.
That's fun. Yeah, I also work at a K school district.
Yeah, it's the kids are neat. I mean, it kind of grounds you, yes, to work with kids.
I love it, and I just love that I have the opportunity to be at my daughter's school and kind of start the day with her, end the day with her, go to all her, middle of the day or after school activities.
Yeah, no, I mean, kids keep you young. They keep you grounded, humble. I like all sorts of things about it, obviously, and of course I believe in education and the power of education, but I think they're our future, and we get too caught up, not to go on a soapbox, but we get too caught up in our own lives, and we need to remember that at a certain point, hey, it's about setting them up for the future.
Mm-hmm.
Oh gosh, here we go. All right. So we are bringing in our female champion of today's 5K.
Hi, Kelly. So nice to have you here. I'm pretty sure I've seen you at other races in the Valley.
I do like to race, yes.
Yes, yes. Well, congratulations, your first female. Did you do this race last year?
I paced the half last year.
You paced the
yeah.
half? Okay, so what were your thoughts on the 5K versus the half?
I mean, I love the 5K, so definitely that's always going to be like my first choice. It was hard that first half, after you passed the canal, the hill got really tough. Second mile was definitely my slowest split, but it was good. It was a rest buster. I haven't raced since July, so it was just a good first race back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kelly, sorry to interrupt. I did a run with you a few weeks ago.
Yes.
Yes, and I remember meeting you and thinking, okay, she's fast.
Thank you.
And you are fast.
Thank you.
What did you think of the course today?
It was tough. I mean, the downhill, the last half was very nice, but by then my legs are just gassed from that hill, so it was still kind of hard to find some turnover, but I had a few guys to chase, so it was nice.
Good.
I'm definitely still finding fitness right now, so not like close to my PR or anything, but my PR is on a track, so.
Tell me a little bit about the Phoenix Run Club.
Okay. So I started going to Phoenix Run Club in 22, and it was a lot smaller back then. It was known as Downtown Phoenix Run Club, and I just was looking for something. I was post-collegiate, like about 3 or 4 years out, and wanting to like find people in the Valley to run with, but there wasn't really the group I was looking for. I wanted people who were doing track workouts and racing. And so Phoenix Run Club was kind of just like, okay, there are fast guys here I can run with. And then I met my coach, Daniel Wan, and he, I didn't know him at all, but he just offered to start coaching me, and it just happened to work out. And we've kind of grown a big like Phoenix race team, Phoenix elite team, sort of. So we have a lot of people out there today running in like the Phoenix Run Club gear. It's an awesome group. It's grown so much. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah,
that's where I made all my friends.
We saw a lot of those jerseys out there finishing and having a great time, and I know that you guys helped out promoting this race and getting people excited about it, and just in general, it feels, and I can speak to this because I did come to a group run, it feels like a really positive community.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, and totally all ability levels.
Yes. It's interesting because after college, I ran in college at GCU, and I really missed the team atmosphere. But now that we have that, I kind of noticed the difference between college. It felt more cutthroat. Like you were in competition with your teammates. I loved my teammates, but also you're like, well, I want to beat this person, so I'm traveling. Where post-collegiate, and everyone's just kind of running their own races, everyone's so like encouraging, and they want to see you do well. And I want to see everyone else do well. And I've been able to recruit some other girls who ran in college, and we're all just working together, and it doesn't feel like crazy competition or anything, so it's awesome.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So Kelly, you mentioned that you have some fast times on the track. Are you planning on doing a track season after this?
Yes, that's my main focus. So this was I'm just gonna kind of race myself into shape these next few months, do some road races, and then the big races are in like April. Like I'll be doing like the Carlsbad 5K, Brian Clay on the track, so.
Yeah, the Carlsbad 5K is a fun one.
Yeah, I love that one.
Well, congratulations,
Thank you.
Kelly. We love all the glitter.
Thank you. Love the glitter for the road races.
Yes.
All right. Well, thanks, Kelly. Thanks for joining us, and best of luck the rest of the season.
Thank you so much.
Anxious young people getting ready to start the Mollen Mile.
So cute. Look at all those kids already.
Look at them.
Run.
They're ready. They're getting the start position. They're ready. 1 mile. We got some cheaters. There we go. There we go. They're off.
I love how kids just have no fear.
No
this
fear.
year,
Now, we
this
talked
age.
about starting out too fast in the half marathon. We may see some kids start out too fast in this mile, but what can you do? You know, they got to have fun.
Yeah, you get a little excited that first 100 meters.
You should get excited. Yeah, the Mollen Mile, this is cool. Well, and you know, it starts at the end here at 9 a.m. after everything else has started, so there's all these people at the finish. What a cool thing for these kids to be surrounded by all these adults. I mean, first of all, it's a wonderful introduction to the sport, right, for them, but it's also just a cool, fun day. I mean, I think sometimes kids have a negative impression of running, but this is totally positive.
Well, it's also impactful for kids to see parents or people their parents' age getting up out there and being active.
Oh, 100%, 100%. I mean, these are the role models that they should have, right? And they're surrounded by them today. Oh, there's Carrie getting a high five. Very
Yep.
cool. So we're looking on the left at one of our men's leaders and on the right at our women's leader. I'm going to check to see if we had a lead change on the men's side. I don't know. Yes. I think that we did, so I'm going to try to see who we're looking at here.
Right.
Yeah, so I believe this is Alexander with us, Witthus, Sorry, Alexander. Sorry to your family. That's a tough name to say there. But Alexander passed Bryce Brooks around the turnaround, or close to the turnaround. So we've got a new leader now as we come toward the finish of the men's marathon. But on the women's side, Carrie Weldy is still our leader by a good margin.
Yep, and like we said, that last 10K, sometimes things can happen there.
Well, sometimes they can, and they did, right? Bryce
They
had a
did.
huge lead. He had a huge lead early. He was several minutes up, actually, on Alexander. And so I don't know if it was a matter of Bryce hitting some sort of wall or dealing with some sort of injury, or if it was just Alexander picking up the pace and running a negative split. I'm not sure, but nonetheless, Alexander is in the lead. What do you think of how Carrie looks here?
Carrie always looks consistent, I think. The marathon, she definitely has that marathon gait. She doesn't look like she's
And no
got
offense.
a whole, she doesn't look like she's going to outkick anyone right now, but she's just going to be steady all the way through the finish.
Yeah, there is a different gait, isn't there? And we talked about that earlier with physiology and how it works. And some people just do have a stride that's a little more efficient for longer distance running. When you have that real powerful, bouncy stride, that doesn't always play to your advantage over the course of 26.2 miles because it takes a lot of energy. It produces fast running, but it takes a lot of energy.
Yeah, and like you said, you never know, but she has almost a 15-minute lead at the moment.
Yeah, Alexander's lead, I think, is expanding.
There's that SRP water station.
There you go, one of our sponsors. One of at least 25 sponsors we have today. Of course, headlined by Walmart and JP Morgan.
Oh, we got our
Chase.
Chase water station here,
Oh.
too.
Watch out there.
Chase
This
JP
is
Morgan.
Alexander wasn't quite sure where to go there. There you go, Alexander. Follow the canal path. Simple out and back, simple out and back. And honestly, the course they've designed, Chris Giles, our race director, James Benet, our race coordinator, along with Dr. Mollen, have settled on a really nice course for the marathoners. Rolling hills for the first 12 and a half, and then a very simple out and back on the canal path for the second half of the race. And so you kind of know what you're going to get.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point, though, because sometimes the fatigue also sets in your brain, and your brain isn't really working on all cylinders by the time you're getting close to the end of that marathon.
Yeah, I remember a couple of marathons where I was so exhausted afterward that I was just useless for the rest of the day. Then there was a couple where, I felt good and had a good time, but you just never quite know how it's going to feel.
Yeah, the marathon is a commitment because you do have to prepare for that to be your whole day between waking up early, fueling, being out there for several hours, and then taking the time to recover the rest of the day.
Yeah, I saw that there was a little viral, video, TikTok, whatever, where young people were trying to run a marathon on no training. I don't think that's a good idea. It's definitely not what I would recommend. I remember there was a How I Met Your Mother episode where Barney Stinson did that, if you remember that character, and he couldn't move afterward. He was on the subway the rest of the day because he couldn't get up from his seat. But I think that's about how you would feel.
Yeah, we don't recommend that. Maybe at least minimal training.
You got to train. But that's the point, right? I mean, that's That's what Dr. Mollen was talking about. Of course, race day is important and it's fun and it's part of it and it's what you train for. But it's the actual day-to-day that's really helping you in terms of your life and your health and your heart health and your brain health. It's the daily training that really makes a difference.
Yeah, Ben, it's all about the journey and enjoying the process along the way.
Well, 25 miles. 1 mile to go for Alexander. That's a good feeling. Yeah, we don't have a split yet on that. The last split we had was from 20 miles, but since then Alexander took over, and it's all Alexander now from here to the finish. Stride looks good. Cruising.
Yeah, he should be well under the 3-hour mark.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. I don't know if we'll get to see the Mollen Milers finishing up or not, but we saw them start, and that was super cool. Those are our future runners. We've had thousands of people today in the 5K, the 10K, the half marathon, and now our marathoners are on their way home, finishing up their day. You're looking at our leaders, Alexander Wittes and Carrie Weldy on the screen, but there's many, many folks behind them, some of whom have a ways to go in the Phoenix sun, but we hope they'll be well hydrated out there. We've got plenty of water stations, plenty of fueling, and they know what they're doing. They've trained, and it's Phoenix, but most of the people are from the valley, so they know what to expect.
Yeah, just about a month ago, I saw Carrie out at the Moon Valley Mile, and she was racing a mile, and then here she is a month later racing a full marathon. That's pretty incredible and shows how much Carrie really loves running.
Yeah, she does. She's a versatile athlete for sure. For sure. Well, and this is cool, right? Because she's now the first champion of the Phoenix Marathon. She's going to be in the history books, and you can't take that away from her.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and he's made the turn on to 24th. We are coming toward the finish. So he is able to go to the outside there as he rolls past some of the folks finishing either the 5K or the 10K. The half marathoners are pretty much done at this point. So these are 5K and 10K athletes that he's rolling by.
That is the nice part of the half marathon. You get to start early and get done.
This isn't right, because that's an 11-year-old. That's not right. Nice drone shot of our leader coming in here. How do you think we should say this name? Text James and see if he can get a pronunciation. 9:09 a.m. here in beautiful Phoenix. We're here at the Phoenix 10K and Marathon, brought to you by Walmart and presented by J.P. Morgan Chase. Our marathon winner is coming down 24th. Beautiful downhill finish. He'll cross the line at Biltmore Fashion Park in the center of the Phoenix metro area. He's passing 5K and 10K athletes along the way, and fairly soon he'll be greeted by a big, roaring, cheering crowd at the finish. Normally, when you're finishing a race way out in front, you have nobody around you, but that's not the case for Alexander as he shoots down 24th with plenty of 5K and 10K runners to his right, Feeling that energy, feeling that atmosphere. Biltmore Fashion Park coming into view. It's 2:40 into the race at this point. As Shayna said, he's going to run well under 3 hours. This is the 50th annual edition of this event, but the first time it's included a full marathon.
Here we go, passing all those 5K and 10K runners. Momentum to get our marathon finish.
Oh, this is such a good feeling. I love this.
Yeah, it really does help at the end of a marathon, just having those people there to help you get that last little bit of energy out.
Now, this is a bit of a challenge as he's weaving his way through the 5K and 10K finishers. Hopefully they can feel him coming and scoot over to the right there. He needs to have his day in the sun, doesn't he? He deserves it after 26.2 miles.
Yeah.
That is not easy.
And a nice paycheck there, too.
Yeah. You know, winning a marathon is no easy task. And it's something that you remember forever. And this is his moment.
Yep, here he goes.
1 block to go.
There he is.
There he is. Winner. Our winner. Alexander with us.
It feels so good to be done after being out there for 2 hours and 40 some minutes.
Good job, Alexander.
He's very proud, as he should be.
He is our winner. He is forever the winner of the first Phoenix Marathon. And there's Bryce coming in. He was our leader for about 20 miles until Alexander took over. So good to see Bryce finishing strong as well.
Yeah, second place is still incredible in a marathon.
Yeah, and I think having led for so long, it can't be fun to get past, but you can tell that he's still, he's not moping around. He's not feeling sorry for himself. He's pushing all the way home, and there he is.
So happy to be done.
There's that face. There's the post-marathon face.
Yes, you did.
Good job, Bryce. There's the post-race hug. These are the best feelings.
That is a phenomenal feeling, though, when you finish a marathon and you just can appreciate all that hard work you just did.
Yeah, it's a really cool feeling. And we're going to get to continue to see that all morning here as people come in over the next several hours. Obviously it took Alexander and Bryce in the neighborhood of 2 hours and 40 minutes, 2 hours and 45 minutes, but some of these people are going to be out there for 5 hours. And when they cross the line, they're going to feel the exact same way.
Yeah, and remember, Ben, they're not just giving first place prize money. There's prize money for first, second, and third in the marathon.
Yeah, so let's get on that podium, folks. Getting that drone footage. These are our 5K and 10K finishers coming down 24th toward Orange. And the finish at Biltmore Fashion Park. This is Carrie Weldy, our female winner, or leader. I shouldn't get ahead of myself, should I? Our female leader in the marathon.
She's still on the canal, and let me tell you, she's probably going to be very happy when she gets to make that turn off of the canal.
They have been on the canal for a while, so they turn at 12 and a half, and then they come all the way back and turn on 24th with only less than a mile to go.
Yeah.
So they spend quite a bit of time on that canal path.
And like we've said, Carrie is in no man's land, but I feel pretty confident she's trained a lot by herself that she's going to be okay.
And she does have people coming out, going the other way, and she does have the cameraman behind her. And so there's a level of atmosphere that she feels. I think it's not as lonely as maybe it appears, because she does have some level of atmosphere going on around her. Our coverage isn't going to last too much longer, but we do hope to have a couple more interviews for you guys before we say goodbye. We appreciate everybody joining us this morning on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel and on the 12 News app. We hope all of you have enjoyed the coverage. We certainly thank Dr. Art Mollen, the founder of this race, for what he did 50 years ago and what he's done for the last 50 years for this race, this event, this community, and for health and wellness across Arizona and across the country. We really appreciate Dr. Mollen, his staff, race director Chris Giles, race coordinator James Benet. We thank all the sponsors, particularly Walmart and JP Morgan Chase, our presenting and title sponsors, all the folks who helped out along the course today at the water stations, the cheer zones. We appreciate all the people in the community who promoted this race for the last several months. It's just been a wonderful way to celebrate the 50th annual Phoenix 10K and Marathon.
So all eyes on Carrie now as she gets closer to the finish.
Carrie is the star of the show. We've seen our 5K winners, our 10K winners, our half marathon winners, our men's marathon winner, and now we have Carrie Weldy coming in. It looks like she will be our female marathon champion. You're just putting one foot in front of in front of the other at this point. I feel like Shayna and I are laughing because we both know how this feels. It's a good feeling, but it's not a great feeling. Am I right?
I think this is where, like, we talked about the mental aspect of just going 1 mile at a time, 1 kilometer at a time, and slowly getting your way to the finish.
Yeah, you start using these mental tricks, right? And so you're trying to break the race down into sections. And early on, maybe it's 5K at a time, maybe it's a couple miles at a time, maybe it's a mile at a time. But like you said, when it gets to this point, I mean, you're just kind of looking ahead at the next stoplight, the next stop sign, the biker, whatever you can to just keep moving forward. It gets really difficult because your brain is sort of shouting at you to stop. Your quads are sore, your lower legs are sore. You really are kind of past the point of being efficient, and now it's really, and I think we used this term earlier, it's really mind over matter at this point. You're just forcing your body to move forward.
Yeah, what worked for me when I was doing marathons is try not to even think about the race until I got to mile 20 and then counting them down from there.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, this hurts to watch. Your legs are so tired at this point, and she had to shoot down that downhill going under this underpass, and now she'll have to come uphill out of it, which isn't going to be fun. But like Shayna said, she does have 24th Street on the horizon. It is coming. I promise, Carrie. There you go. Get up this hill. Get up this hill.
Yeah. Yep, all those uphills earlier in the race coming back to hurt right there.
Our producers just said, "Oh, that looks painful." I agree. But she did it. Yeah, and if you're not from Phoenix, you are getting to see the beauty of these canal paths. Really great place to train. Here she goes over the bridge. Everything hurts at this point in a marathon, even a little turn, because your muscles are just so fatigued at this point. So anything you ask them to do, they sort of shout at you.
Yep, and like I said, this is where I think the cross training and the extra stuff comes into place, because now you're not just using your running muscles, you're using all those other little muscles to kind of kick in where the other muscles are fatigued. Yeah,
it takes a little athleticism, more than you think, particularly at this stage of the race, as Shayna says. Losing our feet here a little bit in that tunnel, but here she comes out of it again. Oh, Shayna, I hope she doesn't have any more of these. As you see, runners still heading out as Carrie comes in.
Mile 24. That downhill is going to be starting soon.
2.2 to go. Shannon, I really enjoyed that email, or that, not email, excuse me, that interview we did with Kelly. That was cool. She gave us a good indication of the Phoenix Run Club, what it's all about, and just the running community in Phoenix. She seems so happy.
Yeah, and she is ridiculously fast. I've gotten crushed by her on the track, maybe even lapped.
Yeah, she is fast. Well, you know, she's a post-collegiate runner, graduated from GCU not too long ago, running 5Ks on the track, 1500s, and you know, getting into road racing now, and hopefully that'll be a good springboard for her winter season. It seemed like that was her first race in a while, so hopefully she continues on and has a good few months.
Yeah, and she kind of reiterated what we said about how she enjoys running with the group, and that's kind of fueled her love and joy for running again post-collegiate.
Yeah, she mentioned her coach Daniel Wong, who coaches a number of top athletes here in the Phoenix area. He's coached at the high school level here as well, just gives back a lot of his time to the community and to the runners. So appreciate Daniel and the Phoenix Run Club and Josh Walker, the director of the club. I mean, they just do such a great job. So appreciate all those folks. And as I mentioned earlier on the broadcast, they actually meet here at Biltmore Fashion Park every Wednesday for a midweek run. They have a downtown run on Monday nights. They have a number of group runs all year long during the week. It's really very cool.
Yeah. And they are going to have a VIP awards ceremony for our winners of the race coming up here. So hopefully Carrie will get to join them very soon.
I'm sure they'll wait for Carrie. I'm sure they'll wait for Carrie. Yeah, I know that they're doing that after the women's winner finishes, because that's where Mayor Kate Gallego, the mayor of Phoenix, is going to present the Phoenix Mayor's Cup to our men's winner and our women's winner. That'll be the first time for that, since this is the first marathon. Good to see our local politicians helping out today, participating, showing their support for this event, but also just for health and wellness.
Yeah. And Carrie might need to do some of that Lululemon yoga after running these 26 miles.
She might. She might need some Robex juice. She might need some Lululemon yoga. She might need some food from Walmart. You name it.
All of our marathoners could probably use some yoga after this.
That's right. That's right. What was your go-to meal, Shayna, after a marathon?
Oh, you know, I think the best part about the marathon is you can eat whatever you want for at least a week and not even think twice about it.
Oh, that sounds good. I'm going to run a marathon.
Well, at least that was my mentality, I guess.
No, I like it. I like it. I was a burger guy after a marathon. Big burger and fries. The juicier and the greasier, the better. I just wanted to get as many calories as I could in. Now, the problem was sometimes your stomach didn't feel up for it. You know, it just feels weird, and you don't feel like you can eat. And in that case, you have to figure out a different way to get the calories. So it can be a shake or something that's a little easier to eat. But sometimes, gosh, you finish and you just look at food and you do not want it.
Yeah, I agree. Sometimes it's more about the salt than anything. Sometimes I would just need some type of salty chip or something to get back all that salt I lost out there running for several hours.
Yeah. Well, the ultra marathoners, they've got to stop at those stations and eat all kinds of food and pickle juice and everything else just to keep themselves going. The marathoners, it's not quite the same, although, you know, it's physiologically, it's almost two different kinds of things. You know, Carrie's out here for 3 hours, but some people are out here for 5 hours, 5.5, 6 hours. And for them, they've got to take in a lot more calories than she does. She has to take in calories for sure, but to be doing anything physical for 5 straight hours, you've got to make sure you're taking care of your body.
Yeah. Ben, something else cool that happened today is that we had a land dedication from Shyla Stonechild.
Yeah, that was really cool. So that was a way for them to honor the fact that this is indigenous land, and that's really important to the people of Arizona. We know that there were people here long before us, and so for the race to acknowledge that fact and do that dedication and take the time right before the race to make people stop and pay attention and think about what that means. I think that was really important. And of course, we've got the Piestewa Peak in the background as we look at some of these shots, which is awesome. But I think, you know, those kind of things should never. I'm sorry, I'm losing my train of thought because I'm watching Carrie and I'm sad that she made a wrong turn there.
Marathon brain
She made a wrong turn, but now she's back on it.
Yeah.
Okay, so there we go. So yeah, finishing up that thought, I think that that's something that we need to continue doing, not only at this race but all races, and always to have at the forefront of our minds that this land belongs to all of us.
I agree, Ben. Yeah, I guess we are very grateful to have those lead bikes for both of our athletes on the marathon today.
We had a little miscommunication there, and that's a bummer. But I think she's doing it right now. I think the athletes came out on the other side, and then she's meant to be going back on this side. But I'm not sure exactly what happened there.
Well, that is
this
the
is
one.
how Alexander went.
Yeah, that is one thing about the canal, though. It all starts to look the same after a while.
Yeah. I think what happened was then eventually they were running out and back on the same side of the canal. But I think right here at the very start of it, they were on the opposite sides of the canal. I think, but I'm not sure because this looks like people going out. So I'm not exactly sure on that.
Well, that'll be a good learning point for next year, maybe making sure they have someone at that point on the course.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, if that was the only hiccup, I think these folks did pretty well today, especially for the first time putting on the marathon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Carrie's going to get to feel the love here pretty soon.
So close to being back on the road.
It'll be a interesting feeling for her legs to start going downhill. What a morning we've had. We were on the air just after 6 a.m. Our half marathon and marathon started at 6:30. As you mentioned, we had the land dedication from Shyla Stonechild. We had Mayor Kate Gallego at the start line, Mayor of Phoenix. We had Mark Stanton, the Mayor of Paradise Valley, at the start line for the 5K. Councilman Kevin Robinson was there at the Mollen Mile. So lots of local politicians showing their support for this event. Again, number of different races this morning. 5K, 10K, half marathon, marathon, and the Mollen Mile for the kids. Just an absolutely wonderful morning. We've been blessed in the booth to have some very cool interviews, including with our race winners from the half marathon. Kelly Stroop joined us, our 5K women's champion. Hopefully we'll get our marathon champions in. I don't know if we'll have time for that before we go off the air, but we've certainly seen them on the screen. And we had Dr. Mollen in here, and it was cool to talk to him about the origins of this race and a little bit about the history of it.
Yeah, it was really fun to celebrate the 50th anniversary of this race with Dr. Mollen himself.
You could see how much it meant to him. He's such a cool, positive guy, and so confident. But he was getting a little emotional. I mean, he really was, and that's cool because he's seen it all. But it shows you how much this day meant to him, and I hope he's out there soaking it up. I'm sure he is.
Now you see some of just the local people out here on the canal doing their fitness. Again, we brought that up as one of the benefits of running this canal is just seeing so many people out there doing the same thing you're doing day after day.
Yeah, and if you're a member of the Phoenix running community, you know this, but if you're watching from out of town, the Phoenix running world is sort of flipped from what you see in most of the country. So the most popular time of year to train in Phoenix is actually starting right now. So it's November, December, January, February, March. Those 5 months are incredible months in terms of training because the weather is very predictable. It's cool in the mornings, it's cool in the evenings, and even in the afternoon, it's actually pretty darn nice. Then you get into April, May, and then June, July, August, where it's sweltering hot, almost dangerously hot. And so whereas in the Midwest, Northeast, etc., you're maybe not running as much in the winter and avoiding the ice and the snow and the freezing temps, but then running a lot in the spring and the summer. It's kind of the opposite here, where you sort of have to shut it down a little bit in the summer or be very careful, run less mileage, run inside on the treadmill, whatever it might be, and then you get out in November and you start hammering.
Ben, you would be surprised how many friends I have that trained through the thick of the summer to do like the Chicago Marathon or some other marathon that's in September, and really do put in some pretty early long miles in the summer.
You're not wrong. I think I would say that one of the things I've been most impressed with is that very fact, because when I got here and moved down here, it was the end of June, early July, and I couldn't believe that there were people getting up what I would call the middle of the night, 4 a.m.
It feels like it.
4 a.m. is the middle of the night.
It feels like it, yeah.
And they were going for 20-mile runs at 4 a.m. So there are the diehards for sure, no question about it. Yeah. No question about it. All right, so she's turned. She's made the turn.
Yeah, I'm excited for her. She has to be ready to finish this race.
Yeah, no question about it. No question about it.
And she is still in no man's land.
And you say that she's pretty well known here in the Valley.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I see Carrie quite frequently when I'm out running. She's always out running. She's always out racing. Like I said, I've raced against her many times. She is a staple to the long-distance running community here.
And so are you, Shane, and I want to say thank you to you for joining today and being a part of this thing. You're an occupational therapist, you're a mom, you're a runner, you're an entrepreneur, you're all sorts of things, and you came out and gave your time today, so we appreciate it.
Thank you, Ben, and we appreciate you, and we are excited to have you in the Valley here with us.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, it's been exciting. I'm really enjoying my time here so far and plan on being here for a good while. Come on, Carrie. I feel like we're watching. We're just willing her on at this point.
Right now, all she's got to do is finish, so she could probably even walk a little bit and be okay.
Don't walk.
Don't walk, but
don't walk.
You know, she's got it.
It's funny. Your body, in a weird way, it wants to stop, but it feels weird when you do stop. I mean, at this point, there's no winning. You just got to get to that finish line.
Yeah, the hard part of the last little bit of the marathon is just trying not to cramp up and just keep yourself moving. And like you said, if you do stop and walk, you could potentially not be able to start back up again.
I started walking once at the Boston Marathon. We both ran Boston in 2013. We talked about this before the show. And I was not fit enough to run this thing. I probably shouldn't have done it, but I did it. And so this was after my competitive days, and I was sort of just doing it. And I ran way too fast too early. Made all the rookie mistakes. You would think I would know. But when I started walking, I did find a $20 bill on the ground. And I wouldn't have found that if I was still running. So, not bad.
Yeah.
There was something good came from it.
That is something good.
I got passed by a guy wearing jean shorts, though, and I thought, uh-oh, this is not good.
So when I ran Boston, I had a friend from Massachusetts who came to cheer me on. And maybe I was naive, but she told me that after you hit the big hill, Heartbreak Hill, it's all downhill after that. So I remember being pretty confused and upset when those last 10K was rolling and not downhill.
There's nothing all downhill
No.
in Boston. It's always rolling. And we saw that today. That elevation chart was a little bit deceiving because it looked like, okay, mostly up, okay, then mostly down. But there was a lot of roll in there too.
Yeah.
And those elevation charts, sometimes you don't see those little subtle nuances. And I think that caught up with a few people today for sure.
Yeah, and here comes Carrie passing the walkers. Hopefully they step aside.
She's got it. She's got it. There she goes. There she goes.
Plenty of room to run.
Plenty
right
of
now.
room on 24th Street here as she comes toward the Biltmore Fashion Park. Beautiful homes to her right. This is a wonderful area. Really, really nice. And awesome that they've gotten behind this event. Again, the local politicians got behind the event. Paradise Valley got behind the event. I believe this is the first time Paradise Valley has had a road race go through its municipality. And so really cool. Mark Stanton, the mayor of Paradise Valley, was all for it. And I hope they've really enjoyed having it. I think it's been great for the community.
Yeah, it was awesome that James was able to make that happen.
He's a mover and a shaker, James Benet. All right, here's Carrie Weldy. Coming home, looking strong, finishing. She will be our women's champion here at the Phoenix 10K and Marathon presented by JP Morgan Chase. 26-mile mark, 0.2 to go. Let's go, Carrie.
This is going to be a really good time.
Yeah, she's going to run a little over 3 hours, which I think, given the course and the conditions, is a fine time. And I mean, look, I think you said it earlier. You win, you're happy.
Yeah, she's ran under 3 several times, but I'm pretty sure she'll be happy with this race today.
Yeah, she should be. Lots to be proud of. Lots for everybody to be proud of today. I'll give you a weather update while she's finishing. We started off in the 50s. I think we were about 57 at the start when she began, and now we're up into the 70s. So 72 now and sunny.
Yeah, Ben, and 72 and sunny does feel a little bit more like 80 here.
Yeah, because that sun's bright. That sun is bright here in Phoenix. Okay, here she comes, Carrie Weldy. Wonderful drone shot. Oh, a slight wave. She gave a slight wave there. So her brain is functioning. We can confirm. People cheering,
there she goes.
kids running along the side. Oh, there she goes. More cheers. Yes, yeah.
Go, Carrie.
Soak it up, Carrie. Soak it up.
A smile all the way through the finish.
Carrie Weldy, your Phoenix Marathon champion.
Yes, good job, Carrie.
All these moments. And there's race coordinator James Benet greeting Carrie at the finish. You know, she doesn't look too worse for the wear.
No, she puts a lot of miles in. She's well conditioned to do the marathon.
Sometimes you see people lying on the ground after they finish, but she looks good. Once again, Mountain Outpost, great job on this stream. First time they've done this at this event, and really a home run. Great drone footage, great bike footage, really awesome. We got to see these whole races. I mean, it was amazing.
Yeah, it really was.
There's her medal. Oh, that's such a cool moment.
Yeah, and Carrie's husband's usually here to support her, so I'm sure he was cheering her on all along the race.
You can't do it alone, you know. You need support. Significant others, kids, friends, running mates. You just can't do it alone. It's too hard. So, folks, we're at 9:39 a.m. We've now seen our men's and women's marathoners finish. Alexander Wittes on the men's side, Carrie Weldy on the women's side. So we have now crowned officially our champions in all of our races today here at the Phoenix 10K and Marathon, brought to you by Walmart and presented by JP Morgan Chase. We probably won't be on the air too much longer, but we'll give you a couple more shots of the race before we clear out.
Is this our second place female?
I think so. It seems like that's what they've gone to. Let's see if we can get a name for you here.
She is in full covered gear.
Yeah.
But she must be feeling okay. She just passed the water station. Oh, there we go. Getting some water.
Yeah, I would definitely do that. It is getting warm. If it's the same athlete who is in second at the 20-mile split, then it would be Elizabeth Wynn. But I cannot confirm that.
Okay, it looks like our winners of the female and male marathon are going to be able to do an interview with us after they meet Mayor Kate Gallego for their awards.
All right, so stick around. That's good news. We'll get to meet Alexander and Carrie here in studio. Of course, they have the very important distinction of meeting with Mayor Kate Gallego. She will present them with the Phoenix Mayor's Cup. That goes to our male and female champions. We're going to break, and we'll come back with our champions of the marathon.
Sponsors of the Mollen Mile Race. I think that this partnership makes sense for Robex because we all think that it's really great exposure for us to show not only these athletes but all the people out there that being a healthy alternative, they have the ability to come in and eat at the locations that we have, not only on the day that they are training, not only on race day, but just as normal athletes, and we can tailor their drinks to whatever they need for that day. My go-to after a workout, I am between two items. I really love the Strawberry Berry Bowl, and I usually get mine with electrolytes and whey protein. And currently right now, I just foundered my new favorite smoothie. It's our Mango Turmeric Madness, and I add ginger and lemon to it. It gives you a little kick of a lot of different things that you need for some natural energy in your day, some carbs to replenish after you deplete them at the gym, and it tastes amazing. So what I personally like about the Phoenix running community is that it's like a melting pot of people. You have so many different walks of life come together for one common goal. I love the fact that Robex can reach all of those people on a level of just pure food or fuel, so runners love to call it. And I just love that we're a part of that this year.
Ready for a new ride? Sit back, relax. NoBull.com puts the entire car buying process right at your fingertips. Local expertise, trusted reputation since 1951. Choose from thousands of new and used vehicles. Apply for financing. Search, click, and save. NoBull.com makes it easy. Backed by Earnhardt's award-winning customer service, NoBull.com is where Arizona finds and buys cars and trucks. And that ain't no bull.
Thinking of updating my kitchen? Yeah. Yes. This year, we are finally updating our kitchen. Doing subway tile and an ivory or eggshell cream, maybe bone. Don't get me started on quartz. Big island. You ever heard of a waterfall counter?
For everyone who talks about doing that thing,
And over there,
but never does that thing,
sweet little breakfast nook.
Chase has financial guidance.
See how you can start saving to make this happen.
Really?
Really?
Really.
At home or in person.
You could also check out a Chase Money Skills workshop.
That's guidance from Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Welcome back, everyone, to our live coverage of the Phoenix 10K and Marathon presented by J.P. Morgan Chase. We are here in the heart of Phoenix at Biltmore Fashion Park. We've been bringing you races all morning long on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel and on the 12 News Plus app. We've crowned our champions in the 5K, the 10K, the half marathon, and now the marathon. Our marathon winners, Alexander and Carrie, are about to be presented with the Mayor's Cup by Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego. We're going to go live to the finish line. We're going to keep the stream going on the finish, try to show you some of that coverage of the Mayor's Cup presentation. And then Shayna Weir and I will be back in studio to interview Alexander, and Carrie in the studio, and that will wrap up our coverage for the morning. So we're going to go to that finish line cam, and we will see you back here in a few minutes.
Good Sunday morning, November 9th. I got Hawaiian Tropic on my arms and my neck. I won't get no sunburn, but we want to thank Valley of the Sun Chamber of Commerce for having me here today for the 50th annual Walmart Phoenix 10K and Marathon presented by JP Morgan Chase. We're glad you all came out. We're about to get our award ceremony underway. We got a whole bunch of things to get through here, so thank you for hanging around and enjoying this beautiful Sunday morning here at the Biltmore Fashion Park, or Square. Not sure what they call it. I've lived in the Valley since '68, so watch this grow from a little shopping center to the fantastic venue that it is now. We thank them very much, along with the City of Phoenix, for allowing us to have year number 2 here of the Phoenix 10K. Of course, this is number 50, the Golden Jubilee, the race that started it all back on the north banks of the canal at 40th Street in Camelback. Young guy in town here decided he wanted to start this running phenomenon, and he started it for sure. It all started in 1976, and his leadership and growth throughout the valley has kept it around, and this is his legacy, and we want to thank him very much for that. Is he ready to come up on stage? He's sorting through the many things that he has to do this morning, but what a great event. Fantastic times out there. I know last year when we came out here and set the course, and I'm working at the start-finish line, and I looked up 24th Street towards Lincoln, and I said, yeah, I'm not running that. I'm glad I'm on the microphone, but that is a little bit of a hill to head up, and sure makes for an epic event. So glad you all participated in your events. Art, stairs are over here. Don't forget, while you're hanging around, we got some fantastic commemorative coins over at the Mollen Foundation for $20. Some beautiful gold coins that commemorate this great event. So head on over there to the Mollen Foundation. I was told 100% goes to the Mollen Foundation, so how cool is that? All right, we got our plaques and everything, and I'll help with that, getting them organized. Art, we just need your talent up on stage. It is hot. Stripped down. The mayor walked into my locker room while I was getting out of my sweats. That's just a joke. I was just taking my sweatpants off to show off these gams. Yeah, we're killing time up here on the main stage. We're having a great time. Oh, makeup. Thank goodness I've been working for Art for a long time that I can get around. Hey, we're just having a good time up here. Ladies and gentlemen, the proud papa of the Phoenix 10K and Marathon, presented by JP Morgan Chase and Walmart, Dr. Art Mollen.
Sounds like it's like, let's get rid of the rumble or something. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for being here. You know, we're so proud of the Phoenix running community and the support that you've given us, and the fact that we've been able to get everyone on board to have this run at the Fashion Park, which is pretty incredible. Biltmore's been a great supporter of the event, having Walmart as a title sponsor this year, and of course JP Morgan as our presenting sponsor. But first off, I just want to thank a couple people before I even get into this iconic Mayor's Cup. I wanted to thank, first of all, my wife, Paige Mollen, president of the Mollen family. So Rick has been a great supporter, and he does all the announcing for our races. He's done this for over 25 years, and thank you, Rick, for all that you do. We appreciate it. But back to Paige Mollen, president of the Mollen Foundation. Thank you for everything you've done over the years. Our race director, Chris Giles, been our race director for the last 15 years. He's been a great asset to our race. Prior to that, we had Harvey Beller, who was our race director for over 30 years. Harvey, wherever you're at, we want to thank you for all of your support. That's been incredible. Rob Wallach, I don't know where you're at, but thank you. Rob Wallach was the operator and owner of the Runner's Den for many years and supported the race incredibly. So thank you all for your support and everything else over the years. So this year, the Phoenix 10K, which is basically started as simply a 10K run, and for many years that's all it was. And then we added the 5K and the 10K and then the half. But this year is rather iconic because we added a full 26.2 marathon. So it was the first year for that, and we're incredibly thankful to Mayor Kate Gallego for her vision and her inspiration in helping us to obtain this. So we decided this year, because of all of the mayor's help and the city of Phoenix, that we would have the first ever Mayor's Cup. And that is presented to the male and female finishers. And although they get a cup, they probably are more excited to get a $1,000 check. Although the Mayor's Cup certainly memorializes the experience that they're having. And so this year, presenting the Mayor's Cup will be our mayor. Can I have the mayor come up? So Mayor Kate Gallego has had a vision for Phoenix as a place that's vibrant and growing, and one where every person is treated with both dignity and respect. She's a strong advocate for smart business growth and investment. She's leading the city to global status as a leader in bioscience, technology research, and advanced manufacturing. She's leading Phoenix to meet its goal to become the most sustainable desert city in the United States, has fostered investments in cool solutions, first publicly funded office of heat response and mitigation. She's the second elected female mayor in the history of Phoenix. I might add that Margaret Hans, who was the first mayor and the first one that came out to support the Phoenix 10K back in the 70s and the 80s. So we're certainly proud of that. Mayor Gallego is a graduate of Harvard, also holds an MBA from the Wharton School of Business at the University of Pennsylvania in my hometown of Philadelphia, and first elected to the City Council in 2013, re-elected as mayor in 2024. I present you with Mayor Kate Gallego with the proclamation.
Thank you, Art. One of the great pleasures of serving as mayor is you get to recognize special people and special parts of our city. We're a young city. We don't hit a lot of 50th anniversaries, but today is a very special day for us, and we get to thank someone who's now introduced generations of Phoenix residents to running. I am so proud to present this proclamation in honor of Art Mollen and the Phoenix 10K and Marathon. We're asking all the people of Phoenix to join me in celebrating an incredible race and an incredible leader. Thank you for helping us be healthier. Thank you for giving back, getting kids the nutrition they need, as well as the inspiration to lead a healthy lifestyle. We are a grateful city today, so thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. We are humbled and honored to have you here, I can tell you that. And here is the proclamation. And to announce the winners, male and female, for this iconic award. The inaugural Golden Jubilee Walmart Marathon Champions for 2025, presented by J.P. Morgan Chase. Ladies first, we'll bring up our women's champion that we watch right here live on 12 News YouTube TV, which you can check out. Let's bring up our women's champion from Phoenix with a time of 3:07:40, Carrie Wolde. Easy on those steps. Yeah. All right, no marathon hops there. Wow. Now go out and run 10K with that. All right, she doesn't get to take that one home, but she'll get one for her office desk, her training room, right next to her treadmill. And we'll inscribe the winners as we go along here to the big one. All right, and now let's bring up our 2025 Golden Jubilee inaugural marathon winner from Denver, Colorado. Pounded out at 2:42:03. Let's bring up Rowan Ellenberg. See if he's got a little hiccup in his giddy up. No, he's looking good. He's on his toes. Here he comes. Our 2025 men's champion, Rowan Ellenberg. 2:42:03. Art, stand tall. You can get on my shoulders. There you go. Up to the side. All right. Little photo opportunities, and Dr. Art will present him with his take-home Mayor's Cup. Is it getting heavy yet, Rowan? You got it? You're good. All right, there's your take-home trophy. And congratulations, and I think, James, you're going to take care of the monetary function or whatever. Oh, there we go. Don't get off the stage without that. Oh, yeah. Right in the cup, and get on your phone and do your little Zelle thing. Let's see, I don't know if the top 3 women are in yet. Robbie, do you know if we...
Second woman is inbound right now.
Second woman's inbound. All right, well the men are here. Let's go ahead and bring up Carrie. You can go ahead and step off the stage. We'll get you. And Carrie, if you can hang around so we can get a top 3 shot with the ladies, that'd be great. Let's bring up our 3rd place finisher in the marathon from Phoenix. His time 2:45:16. Sean Dunn. S. Dunn, are you around? I don't see any movements. You never saw him, did you, Rowan?
Oh, he was ahead of me for a while.
Oh, he had the lead on you? All right. Hey, Rowan, why don't you give us a little tidbit? This is our inaugural marathon. What did you think of the marathon course today?
It was great. This was my inaugural marathon as well. I had no expectations of winning when I came out here. I was just trying to run a time for Chicago. But the course was great. It was awesome that it was flat the entire second half. I really appreciated that. I don't know, the heat was really nice. It wasn't too hot. The sun was great. It was a great time out there. I had an awesome run.
Fantastic. And Chicago, is that last year or next year? Next year. All right, so he's priming himself up, Chicago, and that's October of next year, I think, in that city. So we wish you luck. And inaugural marathon, it's 2:42 on a reasonably hilly course.
It was pretty good. Longest I've ever run, so great time.
All right, congratulations to you. All right, let's see if our second place finisher is here. He ran 2:43:22 from Phoenix. Bryce Brooks. There he is, Bryce Brooks.
P squared. Hustle on up here.
Mr. Worldwide to infinity.
Alexander wins third place. No, Ben. Hold on.
Being part of our big 50.
I understand that. All right, I've been ahead of the correction. Sean Dunn wasn't in third place. That's why you didn't see him. Alex Wittes is our third place finisher. Alex, are you here? We didn't mean to. I didn't get the updated timing sheet, but Alex Wittes, are you here? You're there? Well, come on up third place, baby. One of our pacers. You're on who? Congratulations. On the phone, all right. Whatever, okay, a little Oakley AI stuff. James, you want to come on up and give these gentlemen their dinero? All right. Alex, Bryce, Rowan, gentlemen, nice job. Thanks for coming out. The inaugural top 3, the Walmart 2025. Presented by J.P. Morgan Chase. Andy, get a picture. Alex is into posting on Instagram and Facebook and everything else that he does.
Yeah, I know.
Little social darling, you. All right, we'll get our top 3 women in later, but we're going to continue on. We're going to wave goodbye, Mayor Gago. Thank you for coming out this morning. Gentlemen, exit stage right. All right, so we're ready to continue with our P squared. The worldwide. Right away. Okay.
All right, welcome back to the Phoenix 10K and Marathon, brought to you by Walmart and presented by J.P. Morgan Chase. We are here with our men's marathon winner, Rowan Ellenberg. Rowan, congratulations. How are you feeling?
Thank you. I'm ready for an ice-cold shower and a beer, probably, but feeling great. I mean, it was an awesome race out there, beautiful weather, you know, great course, a lot of energy. So, yeah, awesome morning.
You know, one of the things I want to quickly apologize for is on the broadcast, we were calling you Alexander because at the 20-mile split, it looked like Bryce was in the lead, Alexander was in second, you were in third, and then next time we saw the men's lead pack, somebody else was in front. It wasn't Bryce, and so we assumed it was Alexander, but it was you. So tell me what was going on between 15 and 20 miles, and when did you take the lead? What happened out there?
Yeah, honestly, I had no idea that I was in second place until we got to like 18 miles and did the turnaround, and I realized that Bryce was the only person ahead of me. And at that point, I had just come out here to run a time, and at that point I was like, oh, I think I want to win this first marathon that I'm ever going to do. Pretty cool. But he really helped pull me along for that like 18 to probably right around 22 or 23 miles, and I think right around there is when I took the lead. And at that point I was like, I really hope he doesn't come back past me because I'm not really going to have too much to put in to catch him. But I don't know, I just kind of locked my eyes on that lead motorcycle and just kind of zoned out.
So Rowan, you told Ben and I that you're living in Colorado right now. So how was the weather compared to Colorado, and how did that affect your race?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty similar in Colorado right now, definitely a little bit cooler, but the weather was perfect. I mean, sometimes the heat will definitely get to me. I think if we started the race now, obviously, I don't know if I would finish with the same result. But I mean, the weather was beautiful today. I was a little bit worried about the heat. Definitely 85 is a little bit higher than I'm used to as a high temperature. But I just made sure to stop at every water stop and make sure I was hydrated. And it worked, I guess. So really happy with it.
Now the course has it's a tale of two halves, right? Because you have those first 12 and a half miles, a lot of rolling hills up and down. Then you make that right turn onto the canal path, and then you're just kind of out and back on a pretty flat path. Yeah. Did you know that going in? How did you deal with it?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely had taken a look at the course map before I got out there today, and was just like, yeah, as long as I get through the first half, fine. That second half where it's flat, I should be able to settle into a nice rhythm. And that's what happened. I mean, the downhill in the first half was really nice. That was awesome. Made me realize I was running a little bit too fast for the pace I wanted to go, so I had to pull it back a little bit. But that second half, I just kind of got in a rhythm, and I was definitely checking my watch, looking at my pace, but I wasn't really thinking about it too much. It was really nice to be able to just go out there and flow along that canal. That's kind of my favorite sort of path. I'm definitely a bit of a distance running weirdo, where an out and back route is that's what I run a lot of times, so I'm pretty used to that. And so it kind of just felt like home out there, just like another Sunday long run for me.
And you said you had a time goal coming in. What was it?
Yeah, my time was to run 250 just to qualify, get an auto bid into Chicago for next year. So that was my goal going in. That's the whole reason I signed up for this. Didn't really have any intention of winning it when I stepped on the line this morning. I was kind of dreading it, actually. I was like, why did I drive all the way here? Thank you, government, for canceling my flight. Drive all the way here. I was like, this is going to really not be enjoyable, but it was awesome. I really felt great out there. Just the course really allowed me to get into a rhythm, which I really appreciated and really felt great.
Yeah. Well, Rowan, congratulations on winning the first ever Mayor's Cup, and take your time on that drive back. Hopefully it won't be too long.
Yeah, hopefully stretch my legs a little bit, get some ice cream for sure.
Rowan, you're a marathoner and you're a marathon champion. Thanks for coming down here. We really appreciate it. You ran great.
Thank you. I appreciate it, guys.
All right, see you, Rowan.
See ya.
Hi, Carrie. I was so excited to see you out on the course today. I was cheering you on the whole time.
You.
So saw you were in no man's land for pretty much the majority of the race. Did you anticipate that happening, and how did that kind of play out as you were doing your run?
I thought it was a possibility, just because I know that the marathon was a little bit smaller of a field. So I really enjoyed the first half where I had people around, and I like the rolling hills, so that suited me really well. The good thing is I do a lot of training on my own in the early dark hours of the day, so I'm pretty mentally strong, so I knew I could stick with it and finish pretty strong.
I told Ben, I always see you out there running, and most of the time those are solo miles, so you were mentally ready for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Carrie, Shannon was singing your praises the entire time. Apparently you're quite well known here in the Phoenix community, but tell me what it meant to be the champion of the inaugural marathon here at the Phoenix 10K and Marathon.
So I've done the half, the 10K, the 5K in past years, and so when they announced they were doing a marathon, I thought, you know what, let's go ahead and get through another horrible summer and see what November can bring us. It's always nice to run in your hometown where people were cheering for me pretty much whenever I saw people along the way. I heard my name a lot, even though I didn't necessarily know who they were, so that was really special.
So given that you're a seasoned marathoner, like this is your event, what advice would you give to somebody next year who wants to maybe come out and run this race?
Just keep, like Des Linden says, just keep showing up. It pays off. I've been running for 28 years probably. This is my 26th marathon, and it doesn't all just come together when you want it to, but years and years and years, it does pay off.
Your 26th marathon, you won. Your 20. There's a cool sort of full circle moment kind of thing going on there. That's neat.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, Carrie, I'm beyond excited for you. Congratulations for winning the first ever Mayor's Cup, and I am definitely looking forward to you putting some more miles out there. Any other races on your schedule coming up soon?
I'm just gonna lay low for a little bit, let myself recover, and then we'll see what happens.
Thank you, Carrie.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back, everyone. Once again, this is the Phoenix 10K and Marathon, brought to you by Walmart and presented by J.P. Morgan Chase. You've been watching us this morning on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel and or the 12 News Plus app. We really appreciate it. It has been a wonderful show and a great morning. We have a couple more things to get to before we get out of here. Shayna Weir, my co-host, is going to read you the sponsors of today's awesome event one more time.
Yeah, we just want to thank our sponsors one more time. Walmart, J.P. Morgan Chase, Robux Juice, Earnhardt Auto Centers, 72 Sold, Republic Services, Passport Health, Tedesco Foundation, Realty Execs International, Visit Phoenix, Phillips Healthcare, Biltmore Fashion Park, A.T. Still University, Village Health Club, Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Arizona, Mollen Foundation, Cell Brokerage, Medical Director Dr. David Carfago, Evio Agency, Hoka, Phoenix Magazine, Shamrock Food, Goo Energy Labs, SRP, and Macy's.
Thank you, Shayna. That was wonderful. It's been a great day. Thank you for joining us here today. Thank you to everyone who volunteered, who was out on the course cheering. Of course, to everyone who ran. Thanks to Dr. Art Mollen for starting this thing 50 years ago and sticking with it and creating an amazing event. Thanks to Chris Giles, our race director, James Benet, our race coordinator, everyone at Mountain Outpost for the wonderful job they did on the broadcast. And we hope to see you guys again next year. It has been an absolute pleasure. See you soon.
Thank you.